What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
The Almighty says, don't change the subject, just answer the fucking question.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
That sounds like you're saying Jews.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
You should just fucking smile and blow me!
Enough! I will hear no more of this Hebrew nonsense.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Oh, fuck, nigger.
Certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, good morning and welcome. Good evening. Jesus, I'm sorry. Welcome to the show. It's Steel Toe. It's the evening show. I haven't taken my medicinal cocaine. It's going to be a long show tonight. Could go 3 hours. We'll see. We got the State of the Union this evening. We're going to watch that together. Now, I'm not sure. We may have to switch to Rumble only for the State of the Union, because sometimes YouTube just has a big bug up their ass about I'm going to try and find a channel that's like PBS or wait, no, it's PBS. Are they still? I'm old now. Did we kill them or not? I'm going to try to find a channel that's not like NBC or anything like that, because do they get cunty about that. But at any rate, we're going to be doing that. I believe that's at 8 o'clock Central Time. I just want to make sure. I've checked it 4 times today. What time is the State of the Union? I want to make sure I'm not dicking this up. Here's what I don't get. I guess I answered my own question. I was going to say, when I Google this, why can't they just fucking show me? But you got to click through to their article. God bless PBS. There they are right there. PBS says it right in the little Google search. 8 o'clock Central Time. Good. So at 8 o'clock, we're going to switch over. We're going to watch some. State of the Union. We're going to see how President Trump does. If you know, last year, did he do a State of the Union or did he do a joint address of Congress? Because sometimes, I think usually in your first year, you do a joint address to Congress, not necessarily the State of the Union. Check me on that. I could be wrong, but it'll be interesting because last year when he did this kind of speech, he said that Doge was going to cut hundreds of billions of dollars. We were going to be done with the war in Ukraine. And we were going to be ushered into a new era of peace and prosperity. Sorry. No. None of them have come true. Then you've got the Epstein files. It's if you're someone who voted for him and you're being honest with yourself, it's getting frustrating. If you're a Jewish Zionist who one day wants to live in Israel, you probably like the job the guy is doing. Outside of that particular demographic, you're probably not very happy. You're probably disappointed with where we're at versus where you thought we would be. Although that demographic I described that's really a big fan of Trump's, they have a shitload of money. So that's always nice. So we're going to do that tonight. We've got a lot of stories to do until then. This isn't going to be a 2-hour lead up to the State of the Union. Look, if you guys want to send stuff in and you want to leave your thoughts in the run-up, we'll absolutely go over it. But we got plenty of stuff to do. Have you seen, today, I have to admit, I had a very lazy day. I didn't make it to the gym today. I didn't do the P-trap in the bathroom. I didn't install the new one yet. I had this whole day planned. Dishes, laundry, sweep, Swiffer, vacuum, dust, whole day. I turned on Piers Morgan's show. Yeah, Dave Smith on there. I was excited to watch it. I passed out for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. A remarkably unproductive day. Not proud of it. And then I played some Madden. Look, it could have gone better, all right? So here's what we're looking to do tonight. We're looking to cover a lot of interesting stuff. We're looking to get some really good State of the Union coverage, and we are looking to break a really solid losing pattern on the evening shows. So if you enjoy the program, please consider giving us a thumbs up. Please consider giving us a subscription. Please consider sharing the show. And if you really like what we do, we are a listener-supported program. And you know the nice thing is, we're not one of these greedy YouTube shows who just keeps taking and taking. We get to a certain amount, we say, hey, that's good. Thank you. We've got someone in the YouTube chat who is not a Trump fan who's already going off, and I really appreciate this person. Audrey in the YouTube chat. I am more enthralled by anti-Trump people than I am pro-Trump people because the pro-Trump people sometimes feels like an echo chamber. I don't really like echo chambers. I like hearing from people who don't just dislike the job the president's doing, because I have my frustrations. We all have our frustrations. But for the most part, we're all people who go, yeah, but I don't know if Kamala would have been better. I want to hear from the people who fucking hate Donald Trump. I don't know why people who like him feel threatened by that. I don't know why they kind of la the whole thing. I want to hear from people who absolutely despise the man. I'm interested in that vantage point. So Audrey in YouTube says, tonight will be historic. This is the first State of the Union delivered by someone who has been found guilty of felonies and was found liable for sexual abuse. Both of those things are true. Conservatives have been waiting our entire lives for this. I didn't know that, but that is historic. Audrey also says, GDP growth fell from 2.8 and 2.9% in 2023 and 2024 to 2.2% in 2025. Job creation fell from millions added in 23 and 24 to 181,000 in 2025. I hope Trump pretends this is the best economy ever. Let's fact check those numbers. GDP annual growth 2025. 2.2% according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis data released in February of 2026. Is Trump going to fire that? He should fire that person. Isn't that what you do? He usually fires people when they come out with numbers like that. Job growth in 2025. Let's take a look. Only 181,000 jobs added from the entire year, down from an earlier estimate of 584,000. Fuck. None of that's good. But hey, you know what? You know what the good thing about the State of the Union is? You are going to hear the brightest, shiniest version of America you've ever heard. Like, no matter what those numbers say, like even Jimmy Carter, he bragged about America when he would do a State of the Union. We're doing great. And the country was on fire. So we have that to look forward to tonight. We have your predictions. The other thing I want you guys to notice, and I'm going to predict that this will be mentioned in the State of the Union tonight. If you ever want to know if a talking point is being circulated amongst the wealthy and powerful to kind of combat something that might be a threat, Look and see how many people are just ranting and raving about it and going nuts and schizo about it. Remember this morning we played you that trailer for Candace Owens, Erica Kirk miniseries she's going to be doing, Bride of Charlie? We're going to play all the clips tomorrow on the morning show. But Ben Shapiro, Graham Allen, is it? I've never seen the guy before, but he's all over the place now ranting and raving about this. And a bunch of other people, Dan Bongino, all saying, Candace is evil. She's a demon. She's terrible. How dare you say this about Erica Kirk? And again, if you want to see who's in charge or who's protected, look at who you can't criticize. And the fact that you can't criticize Erica Kirk should say something. If people were saying shit like people have been saying about Courtney Love that she murdered Kurt Cobain for years. You don't see this grand movement of people going, you fucking get her. And I think a lot of that is because people are like, we don't give a shit. You can have that opinion. That's fine. But people at Turning Point, and they're connected to the administration, and they're connected all the way up to Bibi Netanyahu, they're trying to do something. And Candace Owens is trying to fuck with that. So they need to get her. We got some stuff on Tyler Oliveira in a second, too. It's just the fact that all of the usual suspect are coalescing around Candace Owens and going after her tells you that it's organized, tells you that there's talking points involved. Now, tonight, Erica Kirk is going to be at the State of the Union. I bet you, I'm willing to bet, and I'm willing to be wrong, that Donald Trump singles her out, shouts her out during the State of the Union, talks about how great Charlie was, but then somehow he's going to deliver some kind of subtle jab at people criticizing her or people saying negative things about her. And if that happens tonight, there is no convincing me that this isn't a setup plot to protect Erica Kirk, and that, I already believe she's been an asset for a long time. Since long before she met Charlie Kirk. But I will be more strident in that belief that she's an asset if Trump shouts her out and preemptively tries to shout down any criticism of her beforehand. It's just, I saw the Graham Allen thing today, then I saw the Dan Bongino thing today, then I saw the Ben Shapiro rant, and then I went, okay, this is starting to look really, really organized. And I think it's a dumb move because I think it just gives more attention to Candace and her Bride of Charlie series that she's got coming out, when to most people, because I was talking to family members about this weekend, and they looked at me like I was nuts when I talked about Colonel Otto Busher and Erica Kirk and her mom's contracts with the DOD and the Department of Homeland Security, and her father working for Raytheon in Tel Aviv, and all of this stuff. Most people will think this is insane and that Candace is crazy. But when you start really attacking her and going after her, nowadays it makes an already skeptic public go, well, I have to hear her out because all of these people are really skittish about this. So I don't know if they're really approaching this the right way. It's like a bar of soap. You squeeze it too hard, it's going to slip out of your fingers. Right now they're trying to squeeze Candace Owens a little too hard, in my opinion. All right. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Ultimate TND says that AI-generated logo looks really bad. I'm glad you said that because 99.9% of people have absolutely loved it. I've been getting DMs I never get DMs about logos and thumbnails. And people are telling me how great it looks. Even people who are like, I usually hate stuff that's AI assisted because nothing we're doing is fully 100% AI created. I input photos and I input stuff I want, and then it starts spitting out this crazy shit at me. I basically try to use it for design purposes. And people have really loved it, even people who absolutely hate the AI stuff. So I'm glad that one person out there is saying, I don't like it. It's not for me. That's good. I like that. But I will say this, they've been going hard in the paint. Our thumbnails up until yesterday were pleasant. They were unassuming. They were nice. I liked them. But tonight, holy fuck. The FBI, the guilty, the gavel, the handcuffs. What I wanted was the steel toe evening logo in the front like this. I didn't need the big State of the Union special, although I think that looks great. I wanted Trump on one side, De Niro on the other, because we had a De Niro clip that kind of fed into the State of the Union that I was going to talk about. They're going really fucking hard in the paint lately. Like, really hard. All right, guys, let's try to break a losing streak on the evening shows. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Share our show with others. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. And, yeah, you know what? MSO's right. We shouldn't call them thumbnails anymore. They should be toenails. I think that's the toenails instead of thumbnails. St. Caesar says it looks like a WWE pay-per-view poster. Kind of. Yeah, there's a little bit of a WWE vibe in that. For sure. I like it. All right, let's get started. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You know, I have been having a crazy great time with these morning shows the last few weeks. I mean, they've been absolutely incredible. I will be honest. I'm dreading the evening shows lately. I'm really nervous during the evening shows lately. I'm not having a lot of fun during the evening shows sometimes. So let's make sure we get back on a winning foot. Let's make this a solid show because, hey, whether we win or not tonight, I am going to do the State of the Union for you. We are going to watch that together. Let's just make sure we get back on the winning foot. These evening shows, because I'm honest with my audience. I don't lie to my audience like all those crazy fucking drama podcasters. I'll be honest. The evening shows are struggling mightily and becoming demoralizing, to be quite honest. But hey, we're really appreciative of everybody who throws in to support this show, and we're going to do the best damn show we possibly can. If you want to hear less of this shit, there's one way to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, share the show. I'm already flop sweating. Let's get started. So this morning we talked about Tyler Oliveira and the documentary he did on that Jewish community, the Jewish community in New York and the Jewish community in New Jersey, where they're like addicted to welfare. They're all having 12 kids. It's basically like the welfare queen thing that people have talked about since Ronald Reagan ran for president. You know, the idea of, people in the hood and poor white trash, having like 12 kids, getting on welfare, siphoning off the system. Well, whether or not that stereotype is true in those areas, the stereotype is alive and well in these Jewish communities. And Tyler Oliveira went there, started asking questions. They immediately start calling him anti-Semitic. And look, that's to be expected. What's not to be expected is that, you have this Nick Shirley who goes, these stinky, filthy fucking Somalis and their fraud. And that's good. Let's expose fraud. That's great. I don't know if showing up with IDF guys in balaclavas and banging on doors and asking to see where the children are is really the most scientific way to go about it. But it makes for a good documentary. It makes for good videos. It's good drama slop. Nick Shirley does all that. People on the right, oh my God, he's great. Oh my God, he's fantastic. This guy's the next big thing. We love Nick Shirley. Now, I saw through the guy right away. He's a creep. But this Tyler Oliveira then does his own thing where he goes and talks to the people and does interviews and shows all the figures and the statistics and the data. And but he does it at a Jewish community. Now, I didn't think this was about race. In fact, every time you tell Nick Shirley this is about race, he gets really indignant about it. But when it's Jews with white skin, you don't really hear too much about it, even though it's just as juicy and salacious a story. But when it's dark black Somalis who barely speak English, then we're all over it. Nick Shirley has been celebrated, even though he's been embarrassed in numerous interviews. He's not a very bright guy. But he gets celebrated and he gets signal boosted and all this stuff. Tyler Oliveira makes these documentaries and all of a sudden we get this. Tyler Oliveira tweeted today that his Patreon got nuked. Now, I don't know how many people Tyler Oliveira had on his Patreon. Like, for example, we just post audio versions of our show on patreon.com/SteelToe Show. There's like 10 people on it. They're just really supportive audience members. I don't know. I mean, I know that the audio-only versions get listens, so I know people are still consuming it that way. But mostly it's just people who want to support Steel Toe, and I couldn't be happier and more thankful for those people. But I would imagine that Tyler Oliveira's got a few more than 10 people on his Patreon. He's a pretty big deal. And they just wiped it out. And again, they wiped it out the day after that documentary came out. Oh my God, look at some of the comments. Literally what happened, shut it down. This is probably why.
Should I call the cops on you? Okay, that's it. I'll be back.
Oh, brother.
Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
That's me getting the cops sicked on me.
Yeah. So that was part of his documentary. So his Patreon is Gonzo. And I'm guessing it's not coming back. I want to see if... So then Tyler Oliveira posted that today. And obviously, I think a lot of people felt like it was wrong. It wasn't good, but it wasn't surprising. Put it that way. So does that mean they're going to scare off Tyler Oliveira from doing content like this? No. Tyler Oliveira posted this today. Now, it's interesting that he posted this because, remember, you and I had a conversation about this very thing a week or two ago. Remember the Cars for Kids commercials? 1877 Cars for Kids. That totally annoying theme song. Well, I don't remember who told me about this. I don't remember where I heard it, but I went and I looked into it. It turns out that Cars for Kids, which was an organization that would take your old cars, and I guess they would either scrap them and take the money, or they would sell them and, for pennies, maybe a couple $1,000, pocket the money. You would donate to Cars for Kids thinking, oh, this is a great charity for like at-risk kids, for like poor kids, orphans, whatever. It turns out it was a Jewish charity that would send kids to an Israeli summer camp. I'm not making that up. Cars for Kids was an organization where poor goys would send their old beat up cars because they thought they were doing something charitable with their old hoopty, and Jews would use the money to send their kids to a really nice summer camp. So Tyler Oliveira tweeted this today, and he says, I haven't even scratched the surface at Ben Shapiro. Now, the reason he tags Ben Shapiro in that is because Ben Shapiro was a big promoter. I don't know if he had a piece of it or not, but Ben Shapiro was a big promoter of Cars for Kids. And I think Ben Shapiro knew what Cars for Kids was, but he wasn't telling you. It used to be called Clear Channel. What is it now? iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio would run the Cars for Kids jingle all the time on the radio. And I'm guessing that iHeartRadio is owned by you-know-who's. And they were promoting the shit out of this. Yet nobody told anybody, except the people who needed to know, that Cars for Kids was for, again, a Jewish summer camp. Let me see if I can find anything on YouTube about this, but it looks like Tyler Oliveira. Here, I want to see if I can. Why does Cars for Kids funnel? Yeah, here, Dark. Here's a short. Perfect. Let's do a short.
If you live in New York or New Jersey, you may have driven past this billboard. Did you know there's a weird and kind of dark history surrounding Cars for Kids? Cars for Kids is a Jewish nonprofit car donation organization based out of Lakewood, New Jersey. Their mission is to fund educational, developmental, and recreational programs for low-income youth. This is a very successful charity. It's made over $60 million.
Damn.
It's received a lot of criticism over the years because they've kind of not clearly stated that they're a religious organization or that they have any religious affiliation. They also had this huge campaign where you would receive a free vacation, as you can see right here. And then when you actually win it, you found out it was a timeshare presentation.
That's the most Jewish shit ever. You donate. So you donate your car. Hey, you get a free vacation. All right, here you go. Well, actually, it's a meeting in Florida at a hotel about buying a timeshare. You fucking asshole. What about the summer camp? Tell them about the camp.
2017, they had a really big scandal when there was a compliance review of the organization. This is honestly so sad to me because this is a charity organization, or that's what they kind of advertise themselves to be. And they found out that 44% of the funds that were raised went to expenses and things that weren't related to the organization. Like, it went to their sister organization. Over here if you want to see my long form content. And of course, I'm not telling you.
All right. She barely scratched the surface on that. I want to see if we can find. Yeah, here's the Cars for Kids camp highlight. Cars for Kids charity misleads donors. Yeah, let's do this one. 877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
But there is a serious story here to report. The charity behind that familiar ad, Cars for Kids, is the subject of a troubling new report. The group, one of the country's largest vehicle donation charities, is accused of misleading donors. Minnesota's Attorney General says Cars for Kids.
Hey, Keith Ellison, our Attorney General. He did something right. Imagine that. Our Muslim Attorney General did one thing right, cracked some Jewish skulls. It's always nice when the white Christians aren't involved, right?
Less than 1% of the millions of dollars that it raised in Minnesota on charitable
We should have known they were Jewish kids. Shitty rhythm.
programs for children there. Tony DeCopel shows us a growing scrutiny of the charity's practices. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. Cars for Kids runs very effective ad campaigns. You could probably sing the whole jingle right now. But the Minnesota Attorney General is joining a chorus of states with complaints against the charity about how much of the money being raised by car donations is going to kids and where that money is being spent.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
The Cars for Kids jingle makes a
They should have changed it to Cars for Yids. They would have been fine.
request.
Donate your car today.
The song has weathered the wrath of comics.
Shut up! Shut up! What is this charity?
See, now, if Oliver would have known that he was yelling at his bosses, he wouldn't have been so brazen.
New revelations about the charity are no laughing matter. According to the Minnesota Attorney General, between 2000...
Oh, it wasn't Ellison. This was 2017. This was Lori Swanson. This was during the Dayton administration.
In 2012 and 2014, Cars for Kids raised $3 million in the state through car donations. But less than $12,000 went to Minnesota kids.
Oh,
And I think it's
well, we don't have a lot of Jews here, so...
important when people donate to a charity that they have information in terms of where their money's going.
Where does the money go? 90% of the monies donated go to a sister organization, URA, a New Jersey-based charity that operates...
Sounds like a Marine organization.
Jewish youth summer camps in New York.
Ooh.
Daniel
I thought it was Israel. Okay, it was New York, not Israel. I got that part wrong. I apologize.
Is president of Charity Watch.
My main concern about Cars for Kids is that people don't know what's really happening with this charity. That's fine if people want to raise money for Orthodox Jews, but they need to be...
I mean, you and I would beg to do... Yeah, it's fine. It's, you know what? Small potatoes.
Clear. And
small potato pancakes.
That's what the purpose is.
Cars for Kids issued a statement. Since we are headquartered in the Northeast, many of our programs and recipients naturally come from this area. We believe Minnesota residents appreciate that their generous donations to Cars for Kids help children both in and out of the state.
We just didn't know that none of them were goy children. We thought that you were helping all kids. Certainly not black ones, I'm guessing.
The Minnesota Attorney General had other concerns as well, claiming that the charity lost almost $10 million in real estate transactions.
URA invested the money and then lost the money, and we think that too is something important for people to know.
So the money they get, oh shit, that's really bad then. Don't worry, I'm sure a lot of people went to jail.
And the 2015 budget for those ads, $17 million according to Charity Watch, even more than Cars for Kids gave to URA.
So when one makes a donation to Cars for Kids, they're basically paying for those ads.
Great, so that more people could, all right.
And it's worth noting that in 2009, Cars paid settlements in Oregon and Pennsylvania after those states charged the charity
and
with
now
misleading
Minnesota
donors. As for Minnesota's report, the charity says they've had conversations with the Attorney General's office and they are reviewing suggestions. You know, one of the things I've never really figured out about that advertisement is 1-877 Cars for Kids. Too many letters for a phone number. Where does the phone number begin?
Tony, where have you been all my life? How come we never figured that out? You know why? Stupid goy.
Start on the D?
I don't know.
Not a legal matter, but worth looking into.
One of our super brains, Jim Axelrod, pointed that out in the green room. He's coming up next. We'll ask him to figure that out by the time he arrives.
Do.
Yeah.
By the time he arrived, the producers were like, shut it the fuck down. Shut it the fuck down right now. We are not going to talk about this any further. My kid's got summer camp coming up, and you're not going to fucking ruin this for me. So that's what Tyler Oliveira wants to go after next is Cars for Kids. That's fine. What are they going to do to him now? They'll take his YouTube away eventually. He'll always have his Twitter. He'll have Rumble, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. Look at me just rolling in the dough today. Look at me just raking it in. Redbird with $1 says, are you, let me hear, you getting surprised that the person on the TV, radio, or newspaper was lying their ass off is getting pretty old. I'm sorry that I'm talking about things and presenting the information to my audience. I really apologize for that. God, no offense. Like, the evening shows are becoming no fun. And it's not because of me. Like, I'm still having a good time with you and having fun, but it's just like the downer and the negative. Like, what's with the negativity? What's with the, like, I'm not doing well in the evenings. That should make you happy. I see when I struggle that even fans, which, you know, and like psychologically breaks me inside, not healthy for me. Like, even my fans will enjoy it. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking really cool. I guess this is what I built for myself. But, yeah, Redbird, you should be happy that this isn't going well. I'm just kidding. Redbird's actually really cool. I like him. T. Jefferson says the music makes it so much less credible. Really? I don't know. I always thought it was a catchy jingle. Really. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's see if we can't muster up a decent show tonight. Throw us a few memberships, a few PayPals, Venmos, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Well, I just refreshed everything. Officially, that $1. 211 of you checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Silverwolf, one of the 5 people keeping Steel Toe alive in the evenings. Says, you turning on the TV and being surprised and reporting to us is appreciated. Here we go. This is why I do this show. This is literally why I do the show the way I do. And I've always said that a lot of these former failed comics that do podcasts, they have that problem where 99 people can enjoy it, one person can hate it, and that one person will fuck them up. Luckily, I've learned that lesson a long time ago. And I can tell the Redbirds of the world to be like, I'm sorry, man. I know you feel that way. I apologize for that, but you are in the minority. Silverwolf with $5 says, you turning on the TV and being surprised and reporting to us is appreciated because I live in the real world, not the internet. I learn these things from you. Thank you. And that's how I've always seen myself. I've seen myself as the normie bridge between people who have shit to do all day and what's going on kind of behind the scenes. Like, I don't want to go all the way over to the fucking psychos and weirdos of the internet. I like to be in my little normie playpen and bring my audience of normal working people with me. So I appreciate that, Silverwolf, and I think you're spot on, 100%. Thank you for that $5. That is fantastic. Redbird, thank you for the $1. That is fantastic of you. Thank you to everyone who does that for the show. That is so appreciated. It helps me out so much, and I can't tell you enough what it means to me. Would you says, I worked and lived in a Hasidic neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York City sanitation. I know why the garbage overflows. Snow removal is federally funded. So DSNY pads the overtime to the feds and keeps the bar high. Okay. Chevrolet JB says, we'll have to say you introduced me to a lot of shit over the years. I fucking hate being right. I hate being right because it's a lonely place to be. Hulkamasha Baby says, we let you slide into Jew insanity so I don't have to. Do you see? But do you understand the service I'm providing? Hit the like button. Saint Caesar says, breaking news from Alex Jones. Saint Caesar, if this is about professional wrestling, I'm going to be very upset. Let's see. Come Ghislaine Maxwell's sister is in control of all the FBI computers. What? Ow, wait.
But now the documents come out that Christine Maxwell has run for a decade the DOJ's investigative data warehouse, IDW system, including entire encryption key system and anti-terrorism data warehouse.
Wasn't her dad, Robert Maxwell, like big with Mossad? Wasn't her dad like, he got a 21 gun salute honors funeral from the IDF, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and this Christine Maxwell's dad. He got like full honors from the Israeli government when he died. And his children are running the anti-terrorism data warehouse and the Department of Justice investigative data warehouse. Fuck.
Mossad, CIA, MI6. And then what's the other sister do?
Traffics children. There's another. Okay, sorry.
She runs the WEF UN program.
No.
Can't make that up. Overhead shot. I got all the documents right here. I'll get these on record.
I love that Alex uses paper, by the way. I like
he's starting to figure out how this works. All because he was the head of the Trilateral Commission. Yep, he was the stand-in for David Rockefeller.
Oh, God. Isabel Maxwell, World Economic Forum, president of Blue World.
World Economic Forum, she runs their computers with the UN. Interpol, you name it. Now you start.
So that's why Netanyahu hasn't been picked up for any of his war crimes charges that he's up on. Okay. Saint Caesar, why did you send that to me? You know that thing that Hulkamasha Baby said about me, about slipping into insanity so that other people don't have to? That's kind of what he's talking about, is the rabbit hole. 191 Redbird with $1 says, okay, enough with the guilt tripping. Please go back to the sweat flow. It's not guilt tripping. I appreciate the people in this audience who genuinely care about the show, genuinely like it, appreciate it. Don't like get this weird happiness when I'm struggling or not doing well. I appreciate those people a lot because those are the ones who have kept me on the air for the last 5 years. And those are the ones who are going to keep me on the air past that. So I thank those people very, very much. Thank you for that $1, Redbird. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who donates to this program. And let's try to snap this really ugly streak we've been on in the evenings. The mornings did cut into your loss from yesterday. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I appreciate you guys because I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the stuff we've got. Like, yeah, Stephen Hawking and the Epstein files again. Fuck. I saw this today getting ready for the show, and I was trying to determine whether this would be an evening show thing because I'm retarded. I thought, we're only a half hour in, but I thought we were going to do really well tonight's, State of the Union, covering that, the whole thing. We might not still. Who knows? Either way, I'm going to do a great show. But I was trying to think, do I, if I use this, I got to give the morning show something because this is kind of an interesting one. So I gave the morning show the big Candace Owens pile-on for tomorrow and a lot of the updates on what's going on in Mexico for a couple of reasons. One, those are a little heavier, and that's more of a morning show thing. And two, the morning show has just been doing so great and really showing out for us lately that I feel like I kind of owe him that stuff. So I was like, okay, but I got to give the evening show something. It can't just be, I just saw the picture. It can't just be the State of the Union thing. Let's give the evening show people something because I give them great shows every night, and eventually that's going to pay off for us like it has in the past. We have some Epstein file photos of Stephen Hawking that just, there's, what's great about finding out about Stephen Hawking being a fucking disgusting pervert, being in the Epstein files, being a complete sex pest and degenerate, is that you don't have to feel bad for how sick he was. You don't have to feel bad about the prison he was trapped in. You can if you want. I'm saying you don't have to, because rest assured, this guy being trapped in that disease-ridden body of his was 1,000% cosmically earned. on his part. This is him on Epstein Island. Ugh. With two women, God, I'm probably not of age, probably some form of prostitute. And he's just lying out like a al dente spaghetti noodle. Just, he's such a gross guy. Living his best life. Does the computer slur if he starts getting fucked up? Like, does the computer get drunk too, or is that still like right on? Because if he's drunk, like, didn't the computer communicate through his eyes? So if he gets drunk and he starts kind of, your eyes kind of start darting around a little bit, like the DUI tests and shit, does the computer start slurring, or is the computer still fine? Either way, there's this, there's him on the island, more of the connections with Epstein. Hawking, you will never have to feel bad. Yeah, here's another Epstein Island photo. You will never have to feel bad for Stephen Hawking and the situation he was in, because he's one of these guys who's definitely earned the prison of his body. Thank you very much to Chevrolet JB with $5, says, Gay Twister, this is for Rumble. Thank you very much, Chevrolet JB, for the $5. I appreciate that. Please keep that going, guys. I appreciate shit like that so much. It means a ton to me. So, pictures have emerged of a 2015. Now, again, these dates are important because I think everybody who associated with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction in 08, 09 definitely deserves to be investigated, locked up, ostracized, lose all their jobs and all their positions. The ones before 2008, 2009, I still think they're probably garbage just because of what he was involved in. But I would actually need them connected to some sort of impropriety. People who were around Epstein after his conviction, to me, guilty as charged. Pictures that emerged in 2015 showed the cerebral physicist. Celebrated. There I go. Well, both. He was a cerebral physicist. Certainly wasn't into jumping jacks. In his wheelchair attending a barbecue. He was later given a submarine tour of the seabed around Epstein's Island. Oh, I wish it would have ended up like that Titanic submarine. The pedophile had modified the vessel especially for Hawking, who had never been underwater before. Keep him there. The conference was held at the 5-star, $1,600 per night Ritz-Carlton Hotel on the island of St. Thomas, close to Little St. James. So you can just, boat on over to the island. It stated that guests could meet, discuss, relax on the beach, and take a trip to the nearby private island retreat of the science philanthropist Jeffrey Epstein, who funded the event with his Mossad money. Guests appeared to have split their time between St. Thomas and Little St. James, where Epstein personally hosted them. He surrounded himself with prominent scientists so he could call himself a science philanthropist. Ugh. So yeah, don't ever feel bad for Stephen Hawking. Don't ever feel bad for him being in the shape he was in. He was a piece of shit, Stephen Hawking, and a complete pervert. T. Jefferson says, Aaron, of course Hawking was just laid out. What else could he do? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you're right. I am kind of bullying. Oh my goodness, Diane. Oh wait, let's make sure. Well, now I'm going to keep it Diane. Late morning listener, your show is my not miss. I dabble. You have an awesome show. Shrug off the hate. It's all a show. Look at that. $50 coming in. Hot and heavy, boys and girls. All right. There we go. $50 coming in. Now, you know what that means. The rest of you get nuts, go crazy, because you can't have a 50 drop and then lose. Comedy Villain says, give her a mug. That is a great point. Diane, if you want to send me your address, I will send you a mug. I should send out some promotional items. I want to show you guys this. We updated the merch with the new logos. So if you want to go to streamlabs.com/SteelToe Morning Show /merch, the new logos are, hey, What the fuck? I changed the goddamn t-shirt. The new logos are on. Shut up. I'm falling apart. I make 50 bucks. Act like you've been there before, dickhead. But all of the new logos are on all of the new stuff. The t-shirt might just take a minute to reload. We did do that, and I do want to add a new item this week. And I think the new item that I might go with is either people have asked for sweatpants, people have asked for long sleeve shirts. I kind of want to go with a jersey, but hell. I get it if people don't want to. Let's see it. Let's get this t-shirt situation figured out here. But we got the coffee mug, we got the beanie, we got the women's cropped hoodie, we got the unisex hoodie, we've got the t-shirt. We're going to throw some more stuff in there. We don't really promote the shop very much, but the numbers have still been pretty good on that shop, even though we don't even mention it. So we got the new logos on there. If Main Vein is watching, I did cancel your VIP order and update it today. I thought it was unfair to send you the old stuff when I knew that I was updating all of this. So I canceled your order, and I just placed a new order for the new logo stuff. So here we go. Let's get this t-shirt all straightened away since we're mentioning it. But yes, Diane, Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com. That's Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com. And send me your address, and we'll shoot you a mug for helping us out on this evening's show. All right, published. It's up there now. You guys are good. I wanted to get that updated for you. I feel bad. Rusty Grammer says, as a real Christian, I cannot participate in the new logo. It contains a pentagram, a.k.a. Jew magic. Okay. I don't think it does. Let me pull up the new logo. Because Rusty Grammer wrote to me about this and said it looks like a pentagram. I don't think it does. I think it just looks like a boot with a hole in it. But let's, that just looks like a star like you see on Super Mario, for God's sake. Zoom in on the fucker. I don't think that's a pentagram. It's a 5-point star. It's the stars you were drawing in school. I don't think that looks demonic. I mean, the flames don't help, sure. But I mean, what would you like me to do? I can make it a 6-pointed star. I think, in my opinion, that would make it more satanic. I hear you. Chevrolet JB says, totally a pentagram. You threw $5 at me. I got to take that from the paying customers. $5 from Redbird says, nah, it's definitely a me thing. I went down the demon death cult rabbit hole a decade ago, and it's frustrating watching people wake up too little too late, even though I should be happy they are. You know, Corey, Adam, and I always had that disagreement about COVID, about people who found religion on COVID later on. Corey was always, he kind of took your opinion of fucking they wouldn't listen to me and I was right and they wouldn't pay attention. And I understand, because a lot of my relatives and shit, especially the older ones, think I'm crazy with a lot of the stuff I know to be true. So I get you. I understand you. Try to fight that, because my attitude has always been better late than never. Welcome to the club. We need as many hands on deck as we can get. And the issue here is, if you start shunning people for being, as you put it, too late to the party, they're not going to come around anymore. And other people aren't going to come around anymore because they're going to think that we're dicks, essentially. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. All of a sudden, this evening show is turning into a nice one. He says, Aaron, we can get women's thongs, bras, and men's underwear and boxers. You want my logo on your underpants? I suppose that's a me thing. That's a me hang up. I suppose I should be fine with you guys wanting me on your. I really, I'm just thinking about hobo. I don't want hobo having me on his underpants. He'd do it too. He'd fucking do it. Hobo says, look at Corey now, an Uber driver for U-Haul, and you a part-time everything. That's actually really nice of you, because usually Hobo would call me a part-time nothing. And so I appreciate the compliment. Corey's not an Uber driver for U-Haul, is he? I don't know. Crimson King says, all people are bad, moron. Have you ever been fucked over by a white guy? No, I find them remarkably pleasant to deal with. Fucking malignant idiot. Ugh. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you about the malignant idiots. No, but I personally, and let's put a poll up on this on the YouTube channel. Am I a malignant idiot or a benign idiot? Let's do this. You can't do polls on Rumble yet. Am I a benign idiot or malignant idiot? I would consider myself benign, but that is not up to me. I think it should be left up to the audience. So head on over to the YouTube portion if you're on Rumble right now and just vote on that real quick. Get back to me. Let's find out if I'm a benign idiot or a malignant idiot. T. Jefferson says it's an inverted 5-point star. That's the definition of a pentagram, and it's on fire. Fuck. That's not good. That's not okay. Hobo says you're a cancerous idiot. Okay, so that would be malignant. That would be malignant. Some people in the chat saying I'm an ignorant idiot, not malignant. Let's see what the chat is saying early on here. Let's see. Malignant is up 56% right now, 56-44. They're saying malignant. Well, wait a minute. Let me see the rest of it. There we go. Oops, I accidentally voted malignant. That's not... I just voted myself a malignant idiot. 60-40 malignant thus far. Keep voting. We'll see where that goes in a few minutes. 232 of you checking out the show today. Jesus, maybe I should put up an effort here. We're cruising towards 300 by the end of this program. Don't forget, we're going to be staying late tonight and checking out that State of the Union address. So hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's also make sure that we throw in a couple of memberships. Diane with the big drop today. A bunch of people dropping 5s. We're feeling good, and I appreciate that. I will go I'll go till 9 if we knock out last night and tonight. All right, let's. We got a little, just a small Joe Rogan clip for today, and the Joe Rogan clip today is of Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer did the Joe Rogan show, which seems like kind of a reach. I think Joe just is personal friends with Brewer. They were both doing sitcoms in the 90s. Well, I mean, sitcoms. Brewer was doing Saturday Night Live. Rogan was doing news radio. So I'm sure I think those were both NBC shows, if I'm not wrong. I know SNL is. So they probably ran into each other. And they both did stand-up. So old friends. And I kind of like that when Rogan has old friends on from time to time, because that's how the whole podcast started, was him just having his comedian buddies on. So Brewer went on Rogan today, and now, you know how there's like that whole hate mob around that black comic book guy, that Eric July, and then he gets a shout out on Rogan and everyone loses their shit? Well, now another guy that has attracted a jealousy hate following in the small, minute, insignificant, insecure drama podcast community, the trailer park of the internet, Kevin Brennan, who's drawn a lot of jealousy. This is not going to go well for those people. They're going to find... Now, if I were a Kevin Brennan hater, I would just let this go and I wouldn't mention it. But these people can't, whether it's me, whether it's Kevin, whether it's anyone else with audiences our size. They have to seethe about it. They have to cope about it. They can't help it. They can't help... I mean, they legitimately hate another win for the toe. This is another win for the Kevin Brennan. This is Jim Brewer on Rogan giving Kevin the shout out.
Do you know Neil Brent? Not Neil. Kevin.
Fuck
no,
Neil.
I don't know Kevin very well. I've met him, I'm sure. I remember him doing sets in New York back in the day. Kevin would get so pissed because he's a famous guitar player. Oh my God.
John Mayer?
Yes, John.
So Kevin would come in. He'd come into the radio and be like, he's going up. He's doing fucking 20 minutes. And he sucks. I can't go to Madison Square Garden and go, give me the guitar for 20 minutes. It's my fucking time.
I love that everyone has a Kevin Brennan impression. Nobody's like, oh yeah, Kevin would be there and John Mayer was there and he would yell at Mitzi and say, get him off the stage. He's been on there 20 minutes. You can't tell people something Kevin Brennan said without doing the Kevin Brennan impression. He's been up there for 20 minutes. He's a piece of shit. He's not even funny. This is my time. I can't go up to Madison Square Garden and play the guitar. He's a piece of shit.
His comics would get really edgy. Yeah. They didn't care who you were. They'd go in, I'd love to listen.
I don't think if you're a small-time comic, like if you're just starting out, I think there's a big difference between a big name coming in and doing a spot and John Mayer coming in and doing time. That would, somebody from the outside of the comedy community coming in and taking your time should really piss you off. I think Kevin's right on about that. But if some people like to complain, like one of the big things when there was that big pylon of Mencia, some people would complain and go, yeah, when Carlos had Mind of Mencia and he was really huge, they weren't complaining that he was stealing necessarily. Some of the comics would complain that he'd come in, he'd do a guest set, and he'd bump them. Now, the bumping thing is understandable. He's massive. He's huge. That's one of the perks you get when you're really, really big. The stealing thing should be the thing that upsets you. But like all those guys, Dane Cook, Daniel Tosh, all of them would go to their local club and they would do time and they would bump the smaller performers. That's totally fine. It's good for the club. The club makes more money. That guy paid his dues to get there. Is it the nicest thing if we're living in an egalitarian society? No, probably not, but comedy's not egalitarian.
Yeah, he would rant and I would howl listening to rant. Of course, I would prod the tiger once in a while when he'd start going. I'm like, there we go. Fucking crazy. Fucking John Mayer. All right, I get it. You play. Fucking get off the stage. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, comics are very territorial about the art form.
Extreme.
Why does Rogan always have to make it gay? Rogan's always got to make it so gay. He's like, yeah, they're very territorial about the art form. He was just saying Kevin Brennan's a funny, loud asshole. That's what he was trying to say. Yeah, it really is crazy, isn't it? We really should analyze how they... No, we were just saying that Kevin Brennan's cunty sometimes. He was just telling a little anecdote, moving the show forward. What do you think that means? Do you think there's something in the amygdala that No, he's Irish. He's Irish and he's pissed. That's all it is. But I love Kevin Brennan getting a shout out on Rogan, knowing that as harmless and as simple and as goofy and as silly as that is, people are going to get, like if I go into either one of the chats right now, I'm sure there's people getting mad about it already. Redbird with $1 says some lines that can't be uncrossed. If you supported COVID or wanted me vaxxed at gunpoint, I'll never forget or forgive. If people only change after it's publicly acceptable too, they can't be trusted. I don't know. I feel like if you really feel like you found religion on something and you really are sorry and you were wrong and you admit it, I think that takes a big person to do. Hobo says, Aaron and Joe Rogan had something in common. You both humped stools, but thank God April put on some weight. That's bullying. That's mean. Oh. Mind of Mencia was like Dollar Store Chappelle Show. Yeah, no, I'm just saying like when he was on top, when he was a big deal. Jim Brewer does a great James Hetfield. Jim Brewer does a good anything if it's just loud and grunty. I think that's where he excels most. Sandy Squatch said, sad that either of them know who that is. Hey, Kevin Brennan was a presence in the New York comedy scene. He absolutely was. He was one of the guys who came up with all those guys, Attell and that whole crowd. Kevin Brennan was there. Motherfucker's in the Epstein files, for God's sake. So, no, it's not sad if you're a comedian from New York and you know who Kevin Brennan is. In fact, if you're a comedian from New York, you probably know who Kevin Brennan is. Unbanned Josh Denny fan says, I want Redbird double vaxxed right now. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They want Redbird double vaxxed. By the way, 9 minutes into our poll on YouTube, am I a benign idiot or a malignant idiot? Benign is winning 55-45. So thank you guys very much who voted benign, because I do believe that I am, in fact, a benign idiot. You guys are being very generous tonight. I appreciate that. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'd really like to see this losing streak we've been on in the evenings the last 3 weeks or so start to reverse itself. We got 2 more of these left this week. We've got the State of the Union tonight at 8 o'clock. In 1 hour, we're going to start covering the State of the Union address. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Until then, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw a couple bucks at the toe. I don't know if you saw this, but some of our audience members out east have been telling me about the snow that's been falling there, the blizzard in New York. And oh my God, it makes me so nervous, because this is the time of year in Minnesota where you think you're done. Late February, early March. We think of spring in like 25 days or whatever. And we get very excited. And we had a few 50-degree days not long ago, and you go, hey, this is it. All right, spring is on the way. And then in March and April, there's just these heavy blizzards that come through Minnesota, bury you in a foot of snow. You got to dig out of it, and it just has you completely mind-fucked and fed up with winter. Now, I've been here almost 40 years, and I'm still of that mindset that I can retire the shovels, I can put away the hat and gloves. The shoveling snow is over. Do I know better? Absolutely. But I live my life thinking, hey, hope can't hurt you. Negativity is what hurts you. Hope is good. So I think we're done. I'm not going to have to go out there and do any of that shit anymore. And am I going to be right? No, I'm never right. It never turns out to be the case. There's going to be probably in a week or two. If I go on my phone right now, I bet you there's snow in the forecast over the next 7 days. Oh, fuck me. We might actually have a chance. There's no snow in the forecast in the next 7 days. And matter of fact, guys, 41 on Thursday, 46 on Friday. Hot shit. Guys, I think winter's over. I think spring is here in Minnesota. All right. This is fantastic. So in New York, they've been getting terrible snowfall. And the people of it's so funny to watch. There was some political boomer conservative who was talking about this today. I was flipping through after I woke up, and I'm checking out little clips of people talking about the news and stuff. And one guy's like, and it's a total disrespect of the authority. And this is Mamdani's new, everything has to be Mamdani's. It has to be because Mamdani's mayor. They're literally blaming the weather on Mamdani. This is like the people who stubbed their toe and blame Donald Trump. It's just like the people who have fallen for the psyop of left versus right are so cringe to listen to. And it's usually boomers in their 60s that have completely bitten onto this idea of, oh, those lefties or, oh, those righties. And you would think that these retarded 60-year-old conservative boomers would be the last people to fall for that, because they've voted for right and left their entire lives. And here we are. Not one of them did better than the other. Things were really good under Clinton. Things were not so great under Biden. Things were pretty good in Bush's first term, not so good in his second term. It's almost like the party of the president doesn't really matter as much as we think it does. But when you realize that, you have two choices. You can either dig in deeper and find out who's really in charge, and that really sucks because people are going to think you're crazy, even though you're right. Or you can go insane and you can start blaming the weather on Zoran Mamdani. And I guess the boomers have decided to go the second way. Let's see what's going on. So they're having big snowball fights in New York City. They're gathering in public spaces and they're hucking snowballs at each other. So the cops show up to kind of contain the snowball fight so it doesn't pour out into the streets and disrupt things. And they start pelting the police officers with snowballs. Oh, shit. All right. Bro, they were just snowballs. I mean, we didn't have to go chucking them into the snowbank. God damn. Leave them alone. They're having fun. I love how they think throwing these guys into the snowbank is going to stop the snowballs from hitting them. Oh boy, now we're throwing that person down. They got your hat, dude. Dude, it really is like dads chasing down neighborhood kids because they're like TPing houses or throwing snowballs or whatever. Just fucking... It's a bunch of young, you know what it is? It's a bunch of youngsters getting together and having a big snowball fight one day out of the year. Fuck off already. You're walking in the middle of a snowball fight and going, yeah, how dare you hit me with a snowball? Well, we're here throwing snowballs at each other. You literally walked into it. I'm going to pick you up and Hulk smash you into the... And, of course, boomers like that because they're like, yeah, police brutality. The fucking lead boot of the state rules when it's doing it to those whippersnappers. It's so fun to watch conservatives who are supposed to be the small government type completely bootlick and think like, yeah, police brutality rules. It'll never happen to me. Throw a snowball right at his head.
How you a cop and you snitching? You good? You okay? What
are we doing? That guy wasn't doing anything. He just had a shovel. If anything, he was going to help out. What are those two cops even doing in the middle of a snowball fight? In Washington Square Park. So a bunch of people gathered at a park one day to have a snowball fight. Oh my God, the amount of lives those officers will save by being there. Fucking cares. Jesus. MSO says those officers didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Hey-o! Unnerving Brain says, fat fucking pig, hit him again. Yeah, I don't really, I can't work up the same outrage that some of these old ass boomer conservatives were coming up with. This is just such a disrespect of authority and blah, 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 blah. Guess what? That was the same police department that locked you all down during COVID. So, how'd the boots taste then? Has the taste and the consistency of the boot leather gotten better? Why aren't those cops down on the subway making sure there's no assaults and pickpockets and everything else? We got nothing better to do than to go bust up a snowball fight in Washington Square Park. Then guess what? Mission accomplished. Crime. Hey, Mandani fixed crime. All they've got to do is police snowball fights. Great work. And then this was another snowball fight that the cops were trying to get in the middle of. Here we go. Here's another one. Look, I know this isn't the only option, but I'm just saying this for the sake of an argument. if people of the left and right are getting together and pelting cops with snowballs, I would appreciate that more than people on the left and right, human beings, getting together and pelting each other with snowballs. I think you're on closer to the right track if you're hitting the cops with snowballs than if you're hitting each other with snowballs, because as COVID has already dictated to you, you have a lot more in common with that pink-haired commie down the street in terms of your struggles, in terms of your wants and your needs, than you have in common with those police officers. Because those police officers had a chance 6 years ago to prove whose side they were on. And when it came down to it, they picked the pension, they picked the benefits, they picked the salaries, they picked the yes sir, no sir, instead of protecting what they knew was your innate right to travel, open your business, shop, go to school, go to work, etc. In my opinion, they made their choice. So I guess I don't fall for the back the blue no matter what shit like I maybe would have in 2019. Or like I maybe would have during George Floyd, so to speak. Unnerving Brain says, snowballs equal fun, rocks equal violence. Well, yeah, I'm not against anybody, or I'm not for anyone throwing fucking rocks at anybody. Absolutely not. Snowballs are fun. Snowballs are a good time. Comedy Villain says, haha, stupid cops. They thought they were going to sort it out. What is there to sort out? Give it till sundown. It'll be fine. Let them throw their little snowballs and then you move it along. Here, I'll tell the cops something that they should be very familiar with. How about this? Nothing to see here. Move it along. As far as the poll goes over on YouTube, am I a benign idiot or a malignant idiot? So far, 52-48. Malignant. So Malignant is back in the lead. Go ahead and cast your vote. Am I a benign idiot or a malignant one? Go ahead and cast your vote over on the YouTube side of things. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's gift a bunch of memberships. Let's make a bunch of money tonight. Let's show that evening show has still got a little gas in the tank, huh? 246 of you checking out the toe. Both Rumble and YouTube down from where they usually are. In fact, YouTube way down, about 30-40% from where it usually is. 250 of you checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's try to notch a victory tonight and break this funk we've been in. So now Washington Square Park is the site of this big snowball fight. Cops go through, they get pelted with snowballs. They start tackling people, throwing them in the snowbank, the whole deal. Now the PBA, basically the police officers union, they want arrests. They want people, they want them going through the cameras. They want them going through the CCTV. They want to find out, they want to do facial recognition. They want to arrest people for throwing snowballs. I want to point something out before we get to the more lighthearted part of this. And this goes back to these boomer conservatives that are so fucking retarded, these law and order cunts. Remember when these cameras first came out? And they were like, no, we'll use them to catch robbers and rapists and murderers. It won't be a surveillance state. We're not going to abuse the privilege. And there were so many people who were like, yeah, no, you're going to abuse the shit out of the privilege because you're in power and powerful people are scumbags and they're not trustworthy because that power is a corrupting force. No. We'll put up these cameras. It won't invade your civil liberties. Now, how's New York using them? Let's find out who that man throwing that snowball was. Let's put a criminal case on him that's going to make his life more difficult because he was throwing snowballs in the afternoon on a February. Proud? Are you proud?
The police union is calling for arrests and charges after a group of people were throwing snowballs at NYPD officers. This happened during a planned meetup for a snowball fight in Washington Square Park today.
So they had a planned meetup. They were going to have a snowball fight. It was going to be fun, a way to enjoy the winter. And the cops show up like a bunch of dipshits. Good. Fuck them. Now that I know that this was a planned event, I thought maybe, well, is it a flash mob thing? Was it unruly? The cops knew there were going to be a bunch of people who wanted to have some fun in New York City and have a big snowball fight at a big city park. And the cops were there, we're going to make sure this doesn't get out of hand. So the cops decided to go stand in the middle of a fucking snowball fight, and I'm supposed to feel bad for them that they got pelted by fucking snowballs? What am I supposed to expect? You're running around, you got snow in your eyes, you're throwing snowballs at your buddies, you're trying to chuck one back at the other side. I'm sorry, am I supposed to check for a badge? Get the fuck out of the way, we're trying to have a snowball fight. Fuck these guys. I can see both sides of the crime issue in New York. I can see why people are just tired of recidivist assholes getting sent back out, but that's not a cop thing. That's a prosecutor and a judge thing. But I can also see why people are sick and tired of fucking cops. Because these are people with the authority to put their boot on your neck, a gun to the back of your fucking head for whatever reason they see fit that day. And now, I think in exchange for that, you should be able to criticize them, shit on them, yell at them, whatever. That's the trade-off for that power you get. What I resent about police is this idea that not only do they get to put a foot on the back of your head, cuffs on you, gun to your head, not only can they do all of that stuff, but you also have to kiss up to them, suck their ass, and pretend they're the greatest thing that never makes any mistakes. Shut up. Grow the fuck up.
The officers, though, were followed and taunted by the group as they walked to their police van.
Why? Because they're there being mom and dad, trying to police their little snowball fight that they wanted to have. And they're trying to send the message of, get the fuck out of here. We're having fun. Leave us alone.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch posted in part on X tonight, the behavior depicted is disgraceful and it is criminal. Our detectives are investigating this matter.
You're literally walking into the snowball fight upset that you're catching snowballs. Like you walked into a gangbang, go, oh, there's a cock going in my mouth. You just don't, you know what? You know a good way to keep a cock out of your mouth? First of all, obey Jesus. Good way to keep a cock out of your mouth. Don't go to the fucking gangbang. How's that? Don't want to get hit with a snowball? Don't go to the snowball fight. Leave them alone. They're having a good time. We should arrest them. We should find them on CTV and we should arrest them. That's a good use of taxpayer funds. Great work, guys. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, if the thing got out of hand and the cops hadn't been there, people would have still complained. There's no winning. No, there's winning. I mean, if the cops really think they should be there to keep order, that's fine. But when you get pelted by snowballs, no complaining, no bitching. You fucking went to a snowball fight. You got hit with snowballs. All right? That's the win. Bong Time says, ICE should have been in New York. That would have been a fun time. Well, I think you could find plenty of people in New York. Probably can't swing a dead cat without hitting an illegal. 09 Canyon says, try bringing a book bag into a bank. I've never seen a cop move faster. Yeah, but don't you dare let a snowball hit him. Unnerving Brain, putting it another way. Don't want to get butt fucked? Don't show up to the orgy. Well, I mean, okay, I understand your point, but if you go to the orgy, going to the orgy in and of itself is not consenting to anal sex. I know. I get your point. You might catch a stray one in your shit cutter by showing up, and that could be a very uncomfortable misunderstanding. What I'm saying is I still believe you have agency and the right to consent or not consent to being sodomized, even if you show up at a gangbang. Honky says Aaron walks into a gangbang and muscle memory makes him grab schlongs. I've never grabbed a schlong once in my life that wasn't my own. Unnerving Brain says, I want to go to one of these snowball fights. I have the accuracy of Drew Brees. Yeah, but the arm of Chad Pennington. They'll be able to get out of the way. What are you going to do? Oh, Honky says, make snow angels, not snowballs. That would have been nice. I love Comedy Villains comments. Stupid cops. They thought they were going to sort it out. Yeah, they sure did. They were going to make sure that this didn't get out of hand. All right, it looks like the results of this poll, 52% say that I am a malignant idiot, not benign. I need to now take this time to apologize to the rest of you, as I have apparently harmed your lives. If I thought all this time my idiocy was benign, it's apparently incredibly dangerous. That's my bad. My bad. 81 Rumble memberships away from 600. Let's see if we can get there this week. Come on, boys and girls. I know you're probably thinking, Aaron, you don't push the morning show like this anymore. Well, look, they've been kicking it in the ass, and you guys have been doing great tonight. But I gotta make sure. I gotta look out for number one. I gotta make sure the fires are still burning. So let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're giving you lots of fun today. It is crazy. It's the best show out there. It really is a better show than any. Even if you hate my guts, you got to admit, you feel fucking retarded watching some of the shows you watch. You're like, am I a grown-up watching these people all fight with each other? It's so gay. Steel Toe does do a better show, but I've been told to hate him. Look, just because you're the best doesn't mean you're going to draw the most. Let's see if we can draw the most tonight and be the best. New York. So I want to stay in New York because this blends in with the Snowball fight thing. So in honor, because he's a big commie and he wants people to volunteer and he wants, people hitting the streets, helping out their fellow man, Zoran Mamdani was calling on New Yorkers to shovel snow during the blizzard Sunday and Monday. They were setting up emergency snow shovelers. You could go on a website, you could fill out a form, and you could become an emergency snow shoveler after you fill out the paperwork. Now, this is what's funny about it. In order to become an emergency snow shoveler in New York City, and I think these people got compensated. To become an emergency snow shoveler in New York City, they demand you show 2 photos of yourself, 2 forms of ID, and a social security card. Now, I'm smiling as I say that. The real ones, the smart ones, will know why I'm smiling while I say that. Let me reiterate this. In New York City, in order to pick up a shovel and shovel snow on behalf of the city, you have to show photos of yourself, 2 forms of ID, and a social security card. What don't you have to provide those things for in order to do in New York City? I think this is a lovely irony. I think that, or a contrast, or a comparison here. What don't you need to do? What don't you need to show those things to do in New York? Everybody's getting it. Everybody's getting it in the chat. It's just, they're flooding in now. MSO says they're getting paid $29 an hour. Really? $29 an hour to shovel. Look, it's not bad. Shoveling is brutal, though. Can you really, shoveling for an hour sounds awful. I've never shoveled for an hour before. Half hour, 45 minutes tops shoveling. If you have to ever shovel for an hour, that's when it's snowblower time. All right? I don't have a big enough driveway. I can't justify the snowblower. And plus, every snowblower I've ever had, it's more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. I don't know if I'm a Neanderthal or a malignant idiot, but I prefer shoveling to snowblowing. I get too cold. If I use a snowblower, my hands freeze. My body's cold. I'm not moving enough. I'm walking behind this machine. If I shovel, man, there's sometimes I'm shoveling snow. I got to take my coat off. I'm getting so warm. I like that. I like staying warm. The steam shooting off you as you're shoveling the snow. And then snowblowers break down and the chute gets jammed and you shove your hand in there while it's still on. It cuts off your hand. Now you got to grow a new hand. Pain in the ass. I'm more of a shoveling guy. But if you're shoveling for more than an hour, go buy a snowblower, you retard. Yeah, people are saying you just don't need an ID to vote. Yeah, vote. Yes. In New York City, you have to show multiple forms of identification in order to shovel snow, but not to vote. In fairness, the snow, you have more control over the snow than you do your leaders. So maybe they are doing it right in New York City. No, some of you are guessing the wrong things. Some of you are saying to participate in a gangbang. No, I don't. That's, I think, up to the organizers of the... You may have to show 2 forms of ID. You may have to provide a photo. But that's not like government policy. That's up to the organizer of the private gangbang. Taste Fairy Ialto says, still not worth it. Probably not. Not for an hour. MSO says, I think it's 19 for the first few hours, and then it goes up to 29. Jesus. How many hours do you plan on shoveling snow? He really is a communist. You're just going to be one of those 15-hour coal miners, and you got a cup of coffee to show for it when you're done. He really is going old Soviet Union. Let's see. What is it? 19 times 3 plus 29. Let's say you do another 7 hours. Let's give you 10 hours of shoveling snow will make you $260 for the day. But it's 10 hours. Oof. 10 hours of shoveling snow you're taking home. And you're probably paying taxes on the $260, aren't you? Well, obviously. It's New York City. It's New York City. Yeah, Landers. Some of you it's been 2 years, guys. I know he can't let go, but I think you guys can. I think it's not like, I think it's, it's cute, but it's like, it's not creative anymore. Like, it's not fun. You're kind of a hack at that point. Von Kaiser says, you know how MSO knows that you're paying that much? Still got the shovel. MSO says, believe me, they ain't shoveling that snow the whole time. They'll be drinking coffee, having lunch, walking one place to another. Oh, still getting paid? Still getting paid. All right. Comedy Villain says, at our gangbangs, we take 2 copies of ID and your last pay stub. Well, yeah, you don't want any brokies cornholing you. I get it. I understand. It's important to have standards. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's end these dismal evening shows. Let's all chip in together. 250 of you checking out the toe. Let's notch a win. We got the State of the Union coming up in 35 minutes. We'll cover that. If we cover tonight and last night, I'll stay till 9, no matter what. Here we go. This is Mamdani talking to people about the snow shoveling.
We're utilizing 33 DSNY vans and 2 DSNY buses to transport shovelers where they're needed faster. And for those who want to do more to help your neighbors and earn some extra cash, you too can become an emergency snow shoveler. Just show up at your local sanitation garage between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. tomorrow with your paperwork, which is accessible online at nyc.gov/snow, and you can get started right away.
A lot of people shit on this Mamdani, and yeah, he's got some wacky ideas. That's not a bad approach to this. I think it's funny that you have to show ID to shovel and not to vote. I think that's easily mockable and very, very memeable. But that's kind of a good get the community involved, all hands on deck approach. Are we so cynical that, we're so cynical that all of a sudden that's not a cool idea, that we all can't chip in and shovel a little snow? Honky says, be an assistant snow shoveler. Oh, that spells ass. How dare you? All right, guys, let's get a move on there. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We meant to do this yesterday. This is Robert De Niro talking about what hard work it is resisting Donald Trump, and, how important it is that we all, stand up against his tyranny and everything else. And look, I don't begrudge a guy his political opinions. I'm not one of these people who's ready to go burn my copies of Godfather Part 2 because Robert De Niro said something mean about Trump. I don't give a shit. I figure they're both big boys. But he was on Nicole Wallace's show. Everybody has a show now. It's called The Best People. And De Niro was on there talking about how important it is that we resist Trump. Now, I don't know if Trump fucked a girlfriend of his at some point, but this heat between De Niro and Trump is very, very personal. And this, honestly, this was a little over the top even for a Hollywood actor.
Yeah. I mean, you're always about lifting up everybody around you, everybody.
Of course.
Why is that?
You have to.
You have to lift people up.
Why?
You have to bring them together. Period. You can't divide people. You can't win that way.
Now let me tell you about this piece of fucking shit, Donald Trump, and if you like him, you're a motherfucker. It's like, look, man, I empathize. I get it, and I agree with the words he's saying. I agree that you got to bring people together and you got to lift them up. Like, that's why I always tell some of you in the chat, it's like, I'm not impressed by your cynicism, because cynicism is cowardice. It's easy to be a cynic. You're a chicken shit if you're a cynic. It does take like a lot of courage. It does take a lot of bravery to be hopeful, because if you're going to be hopeful, that means you're going to be disappointed a lot, and to still be able to pick yourself up and be hopeful after that. Like any loser, quitter, shitbag can throw in the towel and be a cynic. It doesn't make you cool. It doesn't make you smarter than everyone else. It just makes you someone who's insecure and afraid of being wrong, or afraid of being disappointed, or afraid of being hurt. You've tapped out, you've checked out, and you've decided at your age you're not going to learn anymore. And that's really, I think, sad. That's a death of the human spirit before you might as well just crawl in the hole in the ground if you're going to live your life as a cynic. So I think Robert De Niro's right in that I think people should bring people together. I think that is a better way to be. But I've also watched Robert De Niro say really horrendous shit about Donald Trump and his supporters. So it's kind of like that girl who's like, I hate drama. I think drama is stupid and it's terrible. I fucking hate that girl over there. If we go over there, I'm not going. She's a piece of shit. You know, it's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth.
It's a no-win situation.
In a place called Vietnam.
Look what we have. Look who we have there. It's almost like a destiny to have this thing there, attempting to destroy this country, and maybe not even understanding why.
We've criticized Trump a lot for the loving Israel and the doing shit for Israel and the foreign policy stuff. I gotta tell you guys, I don't disagree with that last part of what De Niro said. And I think if people like De Niro would try to make that point a little more often, he might get more people to agree with him. That, you know, he always acts like what Trump's doing is malicious. You know, like he's trying to hurt people. I don't think he is. I really don't. I think it's just turning out that way in a lot of instances. And if you would try to make that point more, I think people might be more susceptible.
So it's
because his approval rating has never been lower. His own supporters are fractured. People like me on one side, people like Ben Shapiro on the other.
To us to protect the country
that we love.
Yes.
You weren't supposed to make me cry. Thank you so much. Thank you for this. We talked about how this.
Well, you get a little older, you know, you cry a little more. You know, you're a little more chickish at your old age. Things touch you more.
This is the moment. This is the moment that it goes one way or the other.
That's right.
I've heard that a lot, though. You can always turn it around. It's never, you know, I am a firm believer that it's never too late. It's never too late to go, it's a conscious decision every day. I'm going to not do evil. I'm going to not do bad things. I'm going to do good things. And like I said, it's easy to be dragged down into the pit of cynicism. I mean, my God, I'm on the internet doing my show. I see what quitters look like. I see what cynicism looks like. I see what giving up looks like. And I see those people who have given up and are cynical, and they band together with other people who are cynical, and they kind of like cope. They soothe each other. And they're like, no, we're the good ones. No, we're not the baddies at all. It's like, well, no, you guys are the saddest ones. You've given up. But the nice thing about that is you got a guy like me who's around every once in a while to tell you it's never too late to get up the next day and go, I'm not going to be that way today. I'm not going to be just a brooding dick all the time, because I might as well just be dead if that's the case. I'm going to wake up today. I'm going to treat people well. I'm going to have some hope. I'm going to think things could go well. I'm going to be, because like if you're a cynical, mean piece of shit, why would you expect the rest of the world around you to ever be any different? You put that shit out there. You suck too. Don't suck. There's a t-shirt.
You think it's going the other way?
I don't know. All I know is people have to resist. There's no easy way. It's not going to come to you easy.
The problem is we've been so divided now that the people who are resisting now won't resist the next guy. You got to resist all of these. Anyone trying to rule over you, you have to resist them because they're not to be supported. You should never support a president. You should never support a military. You should never support a police. You should never support anyone who has the power to take lives because they don't need it. I'm not saying you have to hate them. I'm saying they don't need your support. They've got guns and cruise missiles and tanks and all that shit. They don't need your fucking support. Okay? So be suspicious of them. When you see people trying to turn working class people against each other, think that they might be up to something instead of going, yeah, fuck that lib. Well, that lib is trying to put together a grocery budget just like you are. That lib is dealing with higher property taxes just like you are. And they may have different solutions on how, but they're certainly a lot closer to your brother than that hedge fund manager you're listening to or that politician you're believing in. And by the way, that politician that telling you that other politician on the other side is bad, they're playing golf together tomorrow. So be careful, who you side with and who you cast aside. And again, don't be cynical. Cynicism is ugly. It makes you stupid. It makes you lazy. It makes you dumb. And the worst part about cynicism is it tricks you into thinking you're the smart one. That's the worst part about it. ORD, thank you very much for the $2. I love everybody who throws in that little bit of cash to the toe. Thank you so much, ORD. He says, I wonder were there Brooklyn Jews shoveling snow? Oy vey, not with my sciatica the way it is. What do you want me to do? Permanent nerve damage? My God. This guy telling me that I should shovel snow. I'm here the goy will shovel the snow. I will make sure that the job is being done properly. From my window, of course. I go downstairs in this weather. My lungs tighten up. I have a breathing issue. I've told you this. Actually, I would be more of a hindrance to you than I would be a help.
There's a time when in your own life, in your own survival, you better do this. You better jump and run through the fire. Because if you don't run through the fire, you're not getting out. And that's what we have to do.
I'm glad I get to run next to you. Thank you.
She's cringe. But, he got a lot of shit for that, I guess, from, right-wingers and stuff. But, it's not the Bee telling me that he's a piece of shit for talking that way. And Not the Bee is a Zionist organization that's trying to separate us and divide us. I'm not going to fall for that shit anymore. I'm not going to watch these interlopers try to turn me against people that I have a lot in common with. I'm not falling for that anymore. We can, holy shit. Holy fuck. Hold on a second. Either it's really windy or something just slammed into my neighbor's house. I think it's just really windy and something might have blown across his yard because I just heard faintly out that way in the distance with my headphones on a really loud crashing sound. Oh, no, I'm hearing outside. It's really fucking okay, it's crazy windy. Okay. I was worried. I was going to go check on my neighbor's house and see if it was okay because it sounded like something smashed into it. Kelly Cat says you're getting an erection over $2. No, I'm just really happy when people support, throw in a couple of bucks towards this show. I want to make sure they know that I'm really appreciative of that. And that's going above and beyond because we need that to keep this show on the rails. So, yeah, again, that's that thing Kelly just did. That's that cynicism I'm talking about. Wow, you're really appreciative over $2? Would the world really be a terrible place if people were more appreciative over that? I think we need to start turning the tables on people like Kelly. And we need to start asking them, why is that a problem for you? Does that make you uncomfortable? Does people being really grateful for things make you uncomfortable? We need to start weeding out that kind of behavior because that's weird. That's really weird. Bobby could star as a Shamrim. I don't know what that means. Unnerving Brain says, Grandpa going to break a hip trying to run into that fire. I don't really know if Robert De Niro making a running into a fire reference is really that good. Kelly says, not uncomfortable at all. Okay, well, you seemed uncomfortable about it. It bothered you. And I don't know. That's something I think we need to check up on. Red Fox Mad with $1. Thank you so much, Red Fox Mad. I don't mean to upset Kelly, but I am really appreciative for that $1, $2, $5, $200. I don't care. I'm appreciative of all of it because that's what's allowed me to keep my show going for 5 years. So if I have to make Kelly uncomfortable, that's okay. Hologram planes hit the World Trade Center and bombs were pre-planted and set off remotely. Not real plans. Unnerving Brain with $1 says, thanks for the laughs. If I was Robert Dennis, give you 100, but I'm not a pussy. I don't know who. Do you mean Robert De Niro? Well, maybe somebody else wants to give 100. Why not? McBuster says, Shomrim are the Zionist police departments in New York City and Jersey basically ICE? Sure. Oh, Tom Myers says, hey, Aaron, I'm stream sniping with my own special. Say hi to my co-host, Josh. Hi, Josh. Good to see you, buddy. And Tom, you have a great stream tonight, buddy. Tom and I are pals now. No Pen 15 Fathead with $2. Thank you very much. All right, just run up $100 here, and we'll call this thing a win for the night. And we'll have a great time in about 20 minutes with the State of the Union address. And really, I don't know what you guys are expecting because, again, last year at this time, Trump's whole thing was we're going to have hundreds of billions of dollars cut by Doge. That did not happen, and Elon left in a huff. And remember, Elon left in a huff and then accused Trump of being in the Epstein files. That was fun. That was a good time. That was kind of a crazy, dramatic moment in the Trump administration. But Trump said that we were hundreds of billions of dollars in Doge cuts. Didn't happen. Peace in Ukraine. Didn't happen. Greatest economy ever. Hasn't happened yet. We'll see. We'll see. What I'm looking for in the State of the Union again is, people are saying Tom only has 2 viewers. Oh, we need to help Tom. Oh, man, he needs a viewer hit transplant. Oh, no, what's going on here? Tom Myers. He's live, State of the Union watch. He's got 3 people. Guys, go help Tom. Copy link address here. There's the link to Tom's stream. It's in the chat. Go help out Tom and say hello. 3 people. That's wrong. That ain't right. All right, guys, you guys are $100 away from giving us a win tonight, and I really want to see these L's stop for the evening show. So let's go ahead and throw in, make it a win. We're doing the State of the Union tonight. We're doing it, and let's make these evening shows a fucking blast again, huh? All right, this next one we're gonna do before the State of the Union begins. Like, I really want to hate this lady in this next story, but I guess I'm not allowed to because she's mentally ill. Like, she has mental health issues, so now I can't hate her. But she's a woman who has 2 children. Her fiance left her. She became a hoarder. And now, like, she wants all this sympathy from the news. Again, I'm supposed to feel bad for her. I really, really hate her. But I'm being told that I have to feel bad. Then on the other hand, I'm totally stalling before we get into this fucking story because the news channel that wants to show me this is one of those retarded fucking websites that says, you should get rid of your ad blocker if you're going to watch our stuff. And then they just bog their whole fucking site down. You turn it off. You're like, hey, I really wanted to show people this story that you have. And I thought it would be really cool if I shared this with my audience and watched it and sent them over that way. But then you decide, this, that. So I'd really like to do this fucking story. But it apparently just doesn't want to go and has completely locked down Google. Like all of Chrome has just been locked up by this cunt fuck of a hoarder. Thank you to Space Cowboy for $5. $95 away, guys. Let's fucking win in the evenings. Let's win in the evenings. Space Cowboy with $5 says Herrera did a Tony video. Brandon is also into boxing and did a creator match and won the match. Just an FYI. Good for him. Awesome. I'm trying to get one of those. Thank you, Space Cowboy, for the $5. Guys, generosity, please and thank you. It does mean the world to me. And wins just make my day so fucking happy. All right, let's get into this fucking hoarder story before it blows up my cocksucking computer.
Owner is speaking out after her property is being described as a hoarding situation. This is a different home, we do want to stress, than we told you about last week that also is located in Richland.
Holy shit, this Richland neighborhood really fucking sucks. All right, guys, we got a hoarder in Richland. No. Not that hoarder that we told you about in Richland a couple of weeks ago. This is a totally new piece of shit. This is doing wonders for the real estate there.
A young single mother of 2 young children tells me she's working to clean up the property. And once
Get
the community
off your fucking ass. You have 2 children. You shouldn't have let it get to that state in the first place. Now, her fiance left her and she's got mental health issues. And see, this is the thing. I want to have righteous anger at this woman for giving up and being a bag of shit. Like, being a bag of shit, if you're on your own, is fine. When you're subjecting 2 little kids to it, I think everyone has a right to be angry with you. And when you've got 2 little people that depend on you, me brain's hurt, me mom died, that doesn't work anymore.
to know there is more to the story.
Of course.
Tonight, she is asking for compassion instead of criticism in a story you'll only see right here.
Hoarders are subhuman, by the way. Hoarders are like really, really fucked up people. And by the way, if you're going to say, oh, well, I'm sick, well, then we're going to send you to an institution until you're better.
This home on Haynes Avenue,
right
near
God.
George Washington Way in Richland, has drawn attention online with photos circulating and complaints piling up. Now, the fiance of the homeowner says she is working to clean up the property, one load at a time. I spoke.
You see, you picking at the guitar like that is not picking shit up. Knock it off. Figure it out. Oh, well, I've just, you got time to get a giant fucking disgusting neck piece tattoo on your throat. You got time for that. Look at that poor little kid. That poor little kid. Think of the memories you have growing up as a kid in your mom and dad's house and everything like that. And now imagine that these kids are just buried in filth and garbage. And that's their life. But mommy has time to run out and get a fucking neck tattoo. Fuck, tattoo people are weak, by the way.
With Mackenzie Hansen, who says the situation stems from serious mental health struggles and substance abuse involving the homeowner. She says she is now left picking up the pieces because he is in jail.
You really know how to pick them, don't you? And by the way, people like this, it's never their fault. There's always an excuse. Somebody did this to me every goddamn time.
As he lives here, things happened and currently incarcerated. So that's kind of why I'm taking on what's going on in the house.
So it's your house. You live there with your fiance. You're not taking over what's going on in the house. This is your fiance. He's locked up. So unless he's the father of your children, you subjected your children to this criminal.
Hansen, who's just 26 years old and a mother of 2 young children, says she's
at least
been
he's
working
white.
with the City of Richland Code Enforcement Division and has been placing items at the curb with their knowledge to help reduce cleanup costs. She says multiple dump runs at about $50.
This is what I mean. These fucking websites are
per
terrible.
load simply are not financially possible right now.
Our house is currently in foreclosure, so I need to figure out what to do with the stuff, and I need a profit somehow, so I set me and my kids up. Trying to set up for a yard sale, weather's iffy in this time, you know.
Give up your kids, please. Give them to someone who can care for them. Give them to someone who can give them a good life. I mean, you are a walking fucking calamity. And it's just like we're supposed to make excuses for these people, but I feel like that's how they end up in this spot, is everybody makes excuses for them. The sun was in my eye. There was a rock in my shoe. My fiance went to prison. The house is in foreclosure. At what point is this an amalgamation of the decisions you've made in your life?
And just trying to get things done every day and post as much as I can.
Hansen tells me she understands neighbors' frustrations, but asks for compassion as she continues clearing the property.
Compassion went out the door when there's 2 kids subjected to this shit.
She's also selling items from the home to help fund the cleanup and has started an online fundraiser.
I'm selling everything to
hit the goal.
A boat, there's refrigerators.
For now, she says she's focused on restoring both the property and her peace of mind. What would be helpful for other people to understand and have some empathy for not just your situation, but
I have shitloads of empathy for her children. The fact that those poor kids have to grow up in that house, in that filth, and their mom just being a walking machine made for bad decisions. That's who I have empathy for. My empathy for her, she is reflective of a lot of the things that really trigger the shit out of me. First of all, that fucking tattoo culture. It's just, I mean, it's so... Is there anything that is so on the surface a blatant cover-up for your own insecurities and problems? Because, like, I see all these people walking around, the tattoos help me. Well, you're still fucked up. Like, I don't think it's helping as much as you think it is. Second of all, stop criticizing me. No, it's my brains. It's my brain. My brains are hurting. Stop criticizing me. Come on. There's a lot of people who have mental illness and they struggle every fucking day and they don't have 7 refrigerators strewn across their front yard. All right? There's empathy, and then there's being, your kindness being taken advantage of.
Other people's, yeah. That, like, mental...
Is that a stuffed dog? No, I don't mean stuffed like an actual dog that's been stuffed. What the fuck?
That, like, mental health is a huge thing that
We know.
people need help with.
Then go ahead and give up your kids, because I don't think it's fair that they've had to grow up in this, and then you can have them back when you get all your shit together.
I would watch episodes of Hoarders so I would get a better understanding of what he's going through, or even just researching on your phone of certain things like that. And
Him? Why are you blaming him? You were right there with him. He's your fiance. You were living together. You're putting this all on him. This isn't your first time there.
It's so touchy because it's so rooted and so deep in mental health.
Do you understand the neighbor's concern?
Oh, 100%. I mean, and I even said this in the post. I said, if anybody's been wanting that house clean, it's been me.
Would you say this is the hardest thing you have ever had to go through in your life?
I would say yes, because I tried so hard to keep my family together. And so that was the hardest thing to swallow.
Just the fact that she's trying to play this off that she hasn't been part of the problem too. God, that bugs the shit out of me. That story embodies a lot of the things that I should be a better person, a better Christian. I should have more empathy, all of that stuff. I absolutely should. But it's really fucking difficult in situations like that. Fuck you, dude, with $5 says savory. There we are. Savory once again. I don't understand it. $5 from Fuck You Dude says, is this house better or worse than a certain house? If it's the house I think you're talking about, that house we just watched is 1 trillion times worse. It's the way that yard is and everything. Fucking terrible. Yeah, Lander says, what did Aaron say about judging others earlier? No. When it comes to having kids, when it comes to these people having kids and putting their kids in that situation, my attention goes more towards feeling really shitty for the kids. And then that people like her really fucking bother me. And like I said, I should be better. But it's really difficult not to feel a little righteous about that. Small Town MN Gal with $2 says people should need a license to reproduce. And also, Unnerving Brain says she's worse than Tom Myers. I don't think Tom Myers is a hoarder. I don't think Tom Myers is a hoarder at all. I think Tom Myers is, I bet he keeps a really clean, tidy house. In my opinion. All right, guys, you got it. There we go. Unnerving Brain with $1 says Ida Do. I'm going to read this as it's spelled. Ida Do Katon Myers. Ida Do Katon Myers. I believe that's supposed to be an insult, but I'm not sure. Lander says at least Tom Myers is sexier. Oh boy. You know what? I can't get into the sex appeal of one Tom Myers. I'm going to leave that to be a personal judgment. How's that? I'm going to leave that to be a personal judgment. Guys, let's try to rally before the State of the Union. I really hope you guys feel like throwing in a couple bucks. These evening shows, I'm fucking giving her. I think they're very good shows, first of all. I just hope we're compelling you guys to throw in a few memberships. We're $90 away. Let's rally up. I don't want to run crass rally shit during the State of the Union. I'd really like to hit before the State of the Union starts. If we don't, we don't, whatever. We did have a big $50 drop today, so the fact that we haven't even gotten to $100 tonight and one person dropped 50, it's been a long losing streak for the evening show, and we're going to have to try and figure something out. So I'm going to play the music. I don't want to get too pathetic here on you. I want to be very encouraging. I hope you guys feel like contributing to the show. It does make the show go easier. It really de-stresses things for me. I appreciate this audience's support. So let's have a little fun. Let's throw in some memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Support this audience-supported show. Unnerving Brain says it's a great show, not gonna lie. Even the people who hate us, like Hobo, who's a big-time hater of Steel Toe, even he has to admit it's better than any fucking show he listens to. If he's being honest, he can lie. I know he's got to protect that image, which is sad because it's an internet image. Ew, gross. But here we go. Let's try to knock out that $90 and call it a win tonight. At the very least, let's get it under 50 and have a shot during the State of the Union to get a win. Come on now. Let's go. 90 away. $90 away from a win. Let's go, guys. Let's go, baby. $90 away from a win. Show that the evening shows still got it. Lucky Leon gifting a membership. How about everybody just do that? Just one membership. Everybody rallies together. We're not going to get one big one. The evening shows, we just don't get the big ones anymore. What can you do? Things are tough for people. It's understandable. We're never going to shame you for that. Red Fox Mad with $5. Thank you, buddy. That's awesome. Keep it going, guys. $80 away. Keep gifting those memberships. Red Fox Mad with $5 says, Aaron, talk about gun control bills for multiple Minnesota bills have been introduced to ban most semi-automatic rifles and magazines holding more than 10 rounds. Yeah, we've got that for tomorrow's show, I believe. Fuck you, dude, with $20 says Savory. We're back to Savory again. There it is, baby. Come on. That's great. Awesome. Big support. We've got, oh my God, Flinty Gecko with $100 says, take my tattoo money, Toe. Oh my God.
Thank you for making it happen.
Oh,
thank you.
My. Well, that's a win for the Toe right there. Guys, that's what we're talking about. Thank you. Unbelievable. Another win for the Toe. Tom, the evening show might be turning shit around. Thank you, Flinty Gecko. Unbelievable. So now, wait a minute. 6, and then a gifted membership from On a Wall. All right, now hold on. That means from 70, we're 40 over. Uh-oh. That means we're 30 away from making up for last night and going until 9 o'clock tonight. What have I done? What have I done? You people have done too much. Oh, no, we don't have a $30 goal. $30 for 9 a.m. Or 9 p.m., not 9 a.m. Jesus Christ. All right, $30 away from putting us back on track for a perfect week. Unbelievable. A huge win for the Toe. What happened? What happened? Where'd all that chatter go? What happened? I'm just kidding. It's a lot of people very happy in the chat. You guys are amazing. Gecko, fuck you, dude. Unnerving Brain, Red Fox Mad, Lucky Leon. Where were the other ones? I thanked, Small Town MN Gal. All of you, everybody chipping in. Diane chipping in. Unbelievable. And now only 30 away from making up for last night, too, and having a perfect week. Unnerving Brain says 24-hour stream. Let's go. Now, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Looks like I'm hanging out with you guys. Wait, I know who this is. I don't want to say their first name. God damn it, I know who this isn't Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. This is I'm gonna call him Florida Man. God damn it, he's old school. He's a fucking OG and I can't remember his screen name. $50 coming in anyway. Looks like I'm hanging out till 9 o'clock. Unbelievable evening. Should now tell the morning show people to go fuck themselves. You've built a bank. You guys have a bank. We're over for the week. Holy shit. Ryobi. Thank you, guys. Ryobi with the $50. Thank you, Ryobi, for the 50. Unbelievable. Oh, and we've got Jacob with $10. Who just says knee, Knee. Knee grows. Add that to the bank. A $30 bank for these fucking killers. Ryobi just texted me and he wrote, "It's me, idiot." Sorry, bud. Appreciate it. All right, you know what? Guys, let's be very clear. The only reason we won tonight and made a bunch of money is one very simple reason. We owe this victory. I mean, look, Flinty Gecko's great. Diane's great. Ryobi's fantastic. But we owe this victory to one man and one man only. And I think it would be wrong to not acknowledge the fact that we only won tonight because of Tom Myers. Tom Myers, I feel like we should have a photo of Tom Myers hanging like right here. Tom Myers is our spirit animal. The only reason we've been notching wins this week is because of Tom Myers. We should send him the link. He should be analyzing the State of the Union with me. We should be having Tom on the show right now. All right. Let's see. Who should we? Let's go with the White House's YouTube channel. The White House's YouTube channel will give us a good State of the Union coverage because then we won't be thrown off YouTube. There we go. So, shit, sorry. So now we've got our State of the Union stream the one we're going to use, ready. It is 8 o'clock. I do believe that Trump's going to be running on a little bit of CPT. So I don't think we're going to get him right away. But as soon as he does, we'll head over. And we are staying on until 9 o'clock tonight because this audience is retardedly generous and unbelievable. Landers says a Tom Toe crossover. I think so. Unnerving Brain says Tom Myers brought 2 viewers that didn't donate. Hey, how do we know Ryobi hasn't been taking a break from the toe these days? And he hasn't been watching a shitload of Tom Myers? We don't know. How do you know Tom didn't bring Ryobi back to the old toe? You have no idea. Tom should be servicing a glory hole somewhere. What's with the Tom Myers hate? Tom is harmless. Tom has 3 people watching him stream right now. Have some fun with Tom Myers and encourage him. Encourage him to keep streaming. Look, there's his website, tommyers.us. Look at that. He's such a fucking cutie. Look at that. It looks like he's got dad's suit on, ready for his big day on the job. His first day at the banking office. Holy fuck. Tom Myers has no right to criticize my hairline ever. Oh my God. Check out Tom on Blue. Ooh, Tom, get off of Blue Sky. Tom, if you're still watching right now, get the fuck off of Blue Sky. Do you know that's like a pedo site, right? I'm not even joking. I'm not making fun of you, Tom. I like you. Stop. Get off of Blue Sky. Like, they're finding out that a shitload of pedos are on that website. Ixnay on the Sky Blay. I don't think you're one of those. Tom Myers versus the rest of the world. What is that? That's airs Thursday at 9 p.m. Central on IPM Nation. Mondays at 10 p.m. Central on Odyssey Radio. What is IPMN Nation? Tom Myers versus the rest of the world. His last episode was December 31st. Let's take a listen.
Hi, I'm Aaron Despiva, and here at Oddly Funny, we produce...
Give a fuck about Aaron Despuzitz. Give me Tom Myers. That's what we're here for.
Funny on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok.
Shut up.
Broadcasters. Every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Is this a commercial?
Lots of videos of bears bothering people.
It's a fun way to spend some
time.
Across America, and the Trump administration is once again leading the charge.
We want Tom Myers.
And more.
We want Tom. We want Tom.
Support this show.
Here we go. He's got a cool intro.
Hello, and welcome to the Tom Myers versus the rest of the world.
Flinty Gecko with $5 says, fuck Tom. That's just Flinty's opinion.
With wildfires in California burning several neighborhoods and destroying the Pacific Palisades. Little did we know that would be the feel-good story of the year.
Right? Wildfires, Tom's killing.
The year went on with the first in the line of succession being Vice President J.D.
What the fuck?
Hi, I'm Aaron Despiva.
What the?
And here...
God damn it, I wanted to listen to some goddamn Tom Myers in this huckster. Here we go.
Be the feel-good story of the year.
Here we go, Tom.
Yeah. And of course, the year went on with the first in the line of succession being Vice President J.D. Vance.
Right.
Who looks like someone asked artificial intelligence to come up with a homicidal psychopath who was kicked out of an improv troupe.
Come on. No. Shut up. J.D. Vance does look like that, though.
So the year, Donald Trump and his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War.
I heard about that.
When Trump campaigned that he wanted to make America great again, I don't think he meant the days when the vaccine rollbacks bring back polio and smallpox and non-white people being afraid to leave their homes.
Tom, that wasn't like a good monologue joke. That was just a really sad dystopian vision of America. Tom, when you're doing a monologue like that, it's supposed to uplift the audience and make them laugh. That's basically, you were saying that black people don't want to leave their houses. That's kind of funny, I guess.
Of course, the scandal of Trump and Hegseth targeting fishing boats thinking they run drugs is growing. It pisses me off that they target innocent fishing outings.
Me too.
But leave mediocre and hacky comedians performing on cruise ships alone.
That's true. They should bomb. If I'm understanding Tom's joke correctly, they should launch cruise missiles at ships with comedians on them to murder the comedians. I think that was the punchline of the joke. Is Tom's upset that they're not murdering comedians on cruise ships?
Oh.
I mean, being a comedian on a cruise ship is kind of a slow death. Unless you're single, then why the fuck not? You travel around for free. They pay you well.
During this year,
Tom's
the
killing
White House
it.
press briefings were taken over by Caroline Levitt.
Right, I know
of
that.
whom the Blue Sky user Luke Moss described as just one of those faces. He meant only one of those faces because of either the excessive Botox or that she's not allowed to blink to ask for help. The Department of Education.
Tom, I mean that. I'm being serious. Do you mind if I write some jokes for? I would love to write for Tom Myers. Guys, Tom.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Oh shit! This is Donald Trump has horrible timing. Tom, could you do me a favor? Could you please email me aaronimholtradio@gmail.com? I would love to write jokes for you. I mean that in like, it would be an honor for me to write jokes for Tom Myers. Let me get through these donations quick. Thank you guys, but you can stop. We knocked out the goal in part of tomorrow a long time ago. I appreciate it. Redbird with $5 says, this is Aaron in a month if the evening shows keep missing and he gets desperate enough to try anything to hit the goal. Oh, no. We'll take a look at that quick. And then there was a super chat here. ORD with $2 says, State of the Epstein Union address. Let's go. All right, let's go to the State of the Union. Like I said, I do want to write jokes for Tom. He says, if you don't like this, Aaron, you would hate my Charlie Kirk monologue. Dude, there's only one way for me to find out if I would hate your Charlie Kirk monologue. You got to send it to me so we can play it on the show. You guys think we should, would you guys like to listen to that tomorrow night? Would you like to listen to Tom Myers' monologues? Tom, send us what you got, and I'm going to use, like, there's $40 in the bank right now. Everything that comes in during the State of the Union, I'm putting towards the evening show only because they answered the call so big tonight. I'm going to let them use it. And maybe we just make so much money this evening that we don't have to worry too much about tomorrow. And we can have, like, part of tomorrow night's show can be a Tom Myers joke special. So send us your stuff. We'd love to go over it. All right, Copperhead is here. He's excited for the State of the Union. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. We're going until 9 tonight because you guys have been insane, and I appreciate it. I don't like the volume on this, though. Sounds like they're recording it in, underwater. Hoarder. Thank you again, Flinty Gecko, Diane, and Ryobi. You guys have been ridiculous tonight. By the way, Flinty Gecko did say with that last $5, fuck Tom. Which I wholeheartedly disagree with. I mean, such a nasty, mean-spirited thing to say. There he goes. There's our beauty queen president as he walks down the aisle. That hair is thinning every day, boy. That thing is looking more cotton candy-like as the weeks drive on. Oh, boy, you know he's not happy with that Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barrett's like, hey, how you doing? He's like, you bitch. You reversed my tariffs. You're a cunt. There he's with the military. He's like, don't worry, I talked to our boss, BB. He says we're going to bomb some Browns. Oh, there's Fetterman. He wore a suit tonight. I hate that. That's such a sellout move for Fetterman. Put that fucking Carhartt in the shorts on, brother. Look, Zionist, 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 Zionist. Our government is for the people. Tom, let me write your monologue jokes, please. Where's Erica Kirk? Can we see Erica Kirk? Where is that bitch? There she is. There's that monster. She killed Charlie. Hey, Thomas Massey. That's my president right there. Love that guy. I bet you... Okay. 2-1 odds he shits on Massey tonight. And if he defends Erica Kirk from conspiracy theories, you'll know this is an organized thing that he's been told to do because there's like 7 or 8 content creators that have gone off on Candace Owens today because she's making this documentary showing people Erica Kirk's history. And it's very, very interesting. So there's going to be a Tom Massey slam, a Supreme Court slam, and rabid Erica Kirk defense. That's my prediction for tonight. And he's going to try to push for a war with Iran, which is a fucking retarded thing to do. Come on, bitch, get up there. Suffer, Trump. I like this guy's hair. I'm going to be gay for a minute. I would like that guy's hair. I'm glad that he invited this convenience store owner to the State of the Union. Shows that Trump still has a thing for the little man. Okay. Yeah, get up there, motherfucker. It's time to go.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Remember when that piece of shit said that we can't release the Epstein files because it could destroy the political order? Yeah, fuck him. You don't have to like Democrats, but those establishment Republicans do not give a fuck about you either. Ooh, USA chants. Those are fun. Oh, we'll also shout out the hockey team, the gold medal hockey team. Specifically Jack Hughes because he's Jewish.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor.
Great to be here.
Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
Hey, we don't hate her yet. Look at Barron. Barron's a fucking G. Barron's like, I ain't standing, bitch. All right, now I look at him. He mogs everybody. Barron mogs every motherfucker there. Eric's a big, tall retard. Don Jr.'s a goof.
Second Lady
Barron
of
rules.
the United States.
Usha. There she is. I want her to give some mean side-eye to Erica Kirk. Get the fuck away from my husband, you bitch. Melania looks fantastic.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans.
Hey, Don.
Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Where did it go? I'm going to put the chat over to the side. Forgive me for just one moment, you guys. I'm going to move the chat over here. Boom. This chat over here.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Roots writes, is Jack Hughes a Jew? Yes, Jack Hughes is a Jew. I hope that doesn't upset you. Yankee says, look at all those baby-eating motherfuckers. He ain't wrong.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide-open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages.
Since your first term.
It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Crime is way down last year. Crime, especially murder in a lot of the trouble cities, was way down, so that's great. The border, he's right about. The economy, though, as we said, the numbers weren't great for 2025. Economic growth was at 2.2%. That was down. Only 181,000 jobs created last year. That's not good.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure.
All right, let's think, guys. Lock them up. The Epstein people, of course.
Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Copperhead says horseshit, LOL. Why are we still broke-ass middle-class people? Trampling at the zoo, Jack Hughes is a Jew, not a Zionist demon. He's right about that. Fucker probably doesn't even know he's a Jew. Unnerving brain. He cuts a great promo, then the bell rings.
Years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
Mr. Me, becoming a member for 29 months, says, Hi, Tom. Hi, Tom. Yeah, Tom, send me an email, aaronmholtradio@gmail.com. I want to write some jokes for you, buddy.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
0? Really? How do we know that? Like, that seems... I'm not saying he's lying, but how the fuck do you even...
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and
Mostly
will work
whites.
hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
The Democrats don't like that. They're not happy about the fentanyl.
And last year, the
Democrats
murder rate saw
love
its
fentanyl.
single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
That's good. You got to give him that. That's good. That number's correct as well. Now, can we arrest pedophiles? That would be good. Powerful pedophiles. Satanic.
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
$2.60 today in central Minnesota. Landers says, check it. Fentanyl numbers are up in the ports, but yes, down at the southern border. Okay. I like these fact checks in the middle.
The lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
A lot of people aren't buying that.
And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem.
Okay, but there's your inflation,
at the same time,
though.
protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values.
Yeah,
we want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
I love that my mortgage has gone up like $300-400 a month thanks to higher property taxes.
We are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions.
Unfortunately, during COVID, a lot of people emptied out those retirement accounts to pay for fucking groceries, so they don't get to enjoy this stock market. You know who does? All of your Lutnick friends.
$1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
But H-1B visa jobs will fill a lot of those instead of forcing those companies to sign deals to only hire American workers. Honky says one can only dream of the Reigns of Castamere playing, and then they all get wiped out.
For 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes.
Landers says because LLCs and BlackRock bought up single-family homes.
Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. The hottest.
All right. 09 Canyon says, weird, my mortgage payment went back down almost $200. That's great for you. Awesome.
As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
All we had to do was kidnap their leader in the middle of the night. It's amazing what happens when you kidnap people. Fuck.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Also, guys, can we do a gas price check? Gas prices where you are. Let's fact check that. Power Windows says Libto in full force tonight. No, I voted for the guy. It's just that you got to check bullshit.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
He is right about that, but we only created 181,000 jobs last year. That is, we got to pick that number up big time.
We ended DEI in America.
Did we? Really? Digital Soldier says 284. Include your location, too, please. 415 in Southern California.
We got a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Nice. All of them Somalis. 299 in Blaine.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
If you bomb Iran, I'm going to kick somebody's ass. Digital Soldier says 284 in Maine.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it.
What?
People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much.
This is getting ridiculous.
And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
At 80, you shouldn't be that spry. That's impressive. Landers kind of mirrors my thoughts. There's the hockey team there. I voted for Trump too, but it's damn easy to fact check him. That's just it. McBuster says he's winning like Sheen on a Coke binge. Copperhead says, oh God, drill baby drill. I also voted for him because we had no other choice. Maybe we can vote in My Pillow Man for our state next. Chevmatic with $1 says nearly $4 per gallon on the reservation an hour north of Seattle. I'm loving the State of the Union address, and I can't wait to take over for Donald J. Trump as your next president of the United States. Use promo code BULLSHIT and get 30% off your Giza Dream Sheets. Yeah, motherfucker's about to yell Tiger Blood pretty soon.
Go ahead.
Stoned Out says this is cringe. Yeah, that shouting part was very... That was like a real wrestler promo moment. This is where like people shit on me for being a big sports fan. They're like, Aaron, this is bullshit distractions from our real problems. Yeah, this right here is a good example of that. Fair point. These hockey guys are posing next to a bunch of pedos.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up.
Mr. Me is saying that Tom Myers is mogging me right now. I don't want to be mogged by Tom.
They beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
They've got to change their tampons. Embarrassing for the hockey team, says McBuster. A pedophile. They have to clap like seals for a pedophile. I am of the position that Trump is not one, but I believe he's been surrounded by them so that he's easier to control. He can't throw these people to the wolves. I'm critical on Trump when it's fair. I'm not going to accuse him of shit I don't think he did. But I think he allowed himself to be compromised by a bunch of satanic pedos.
Before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Papa Shab says Trump is frame mogging you, which is surprising considering how fat you are. That's mean. See, these insults hit different when we're fucking, $100 and some over for the night. Thank you, guys. Tom is our God King, Lucky Leon. All praise be to Tom Myers.
46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. You practiced that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to...
Just like I refuse to release all the Epstein files.
Great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
What about the Jewish guy? What about the Jewish guy that scored the goal? Can't the Jewish guy get the medal? Lucky Leon says, Suffa, I gave Tom all my monies. You gave us a membership, so we're good.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
Unbanned Josh Denny fan says Tom Myers is tard-maxing right now with his 2 viewers. Don't talk shit about Tom Myers. We love Tom Myers here. Gurmy says, when is the Cars for Kids commercial?
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Thank you to Camel Toe for the gifted membership. That's very nice of you. Appreciate all your support, but you guys do not need to donate a dime tonight. You have fucking crushed it.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Lucky Leon says, I am officially
and this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term. I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened.
Aw.
But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
Lucky Leon says, I am officially the biggest supercharger on Tom Meyer's show. That's a win. I wouldn't say it publicly, but that's a win.
This will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his
Easy.
100th birthday.
Nothing is guaranteed. Take it easy, Don. Now if that guy dies, you know people are going to fucking crush you for this and say that you killed Buddy Taggart. Which one's Buddy? He fought for our country so bravely and lived long enough to see me sell it out to Jews. Pedophile, baby-eating Jews. Power Windows says at least the streets will be cleaned up here in L.A. for a bit, right? McBuster says so many baby eaters together in one room.
You're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. A young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
That's great. Thank you, Dubnot, for the $5. He says, just wanted to say thanks for covering this, you little cutie. I'm a guy. Well, guys can say that to each other. Copperhead gifting a membership. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Like I said, you've been so generous tonight. You do not need to do that, but I appreciate it. Find out if Tom Myers has a Rumble, because we will rate it after the show.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
$1 from Camel Toe. Put it toward tomorrow morning. I'm always too busy in the morning.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
He's going to drop that on him right now? He's mogging that kid that he saved, by the way. Just mogging the shit out of her. Look at that. He's frame mogging it. He's frame mogging the veteran.
And I'd like to have the military aid to please come down.
Clavicular can suck a dick.
Military aid. Thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
Landers says, the ocean was wet. Nobody knew why it was so wet. And cold, they say.
Today,
some, not me.
Every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that
They're
is
on the side of all the hardworking people.
To America for our 250th year.
Yeah.
Last year, I
It's all
urged
for
this
us.
Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Yeah, how much spending did you cut in that bill? Largest tax cuts in American history. Yeah, believe it. Believe us. Us working class people did not feel it.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts.
We're talking shit. We're talking shit now. We're shit talking. I don't, Landers, I don't remember the tax cuts either.
Large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
I mean, it is shitty to tax Social Security. Think about it. Landers says tariffs are a tax. That's true. Companies don't pay tariffs. Consumers do.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
That's right, Goy. Borrow money because you can't afford to pay cash for an automobile. That's right. Don't worry. We'll let you write it off as a deduction on your taxes.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's
You fucking made that name up.
homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
Nice. Good for her. No tax on tips is bullshit, says Landers. I like that we have our little
Megan,
fact
please
checkers.
stand up.
We have
We're
our
fighting
fact
for
checkers
you,
in the
Megan.
chat. She's already standing up, dude. The no tax on overtime doesn't cover all the overtime, and you have to file a completely separate form for it. Okay.
Thank you, Megan.
I guess if you're salaried,
We're
you're
fighting
fucked
for
too.
you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it.
That's right, where
I
we
did not name that.
get your kid an account, and it goes right to BlackRock. It goes right to State
Nobody
Street and
believes me,
Vanguard.
but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man.
Is he an Old Testament
Tax-free
or New
investment
Testament
accounts
reader?
For every American child, this is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
By the way, that Susan Dell is the crazy-eyed, bug-eyed
They're great
lady.
people.
Michael Dell of Dell Computers. Copperhead says no tax on overtime is a scam. You only get a quarter of it back. Got little fact checkers
I asked
in
Michael
here.
Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad.
Do you think that maybe putting all this focus on getting rich and getting wealthy and all that might be part of our problem, that maybe it's rotted us from the inside? And that's part of this country's problem, is that we value wealth, but we don't have value.
These young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody?
You're going to spend it all on drugs.
Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov.
And meanwhile, in that 18 years, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard get to make all shitloads of money on fees for all the trades and everything else. So you're basically giving Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock a big deposit so that they can turn huge profits on the fees until you're 18.
50,000, 4 years ahead of schedule.
Oh,
and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
He's staring daggers at the Supreme Court.
They were ripping us so badly. You all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down.
The Democrats are clapping for it.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of
what
tariffs.
wars
I wouldn't have
did
been
you
able to settle them without.
Wars did you settle?
Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative
Gaza
legal
was
statutes.
destroyed.
And they have been tested for a long time.
Ukraine is still fighting.
They're a little more complex.
You bombed the
But they're
Houthis.
actually probably better.
You
leading
bombed
to a
Iran.
solution that will be even stronger.
You've been bombing
than before.
Syria.
Congressional action will not be necessary.
Former
It's
leader
already
of Al
tested
Qaeda
in
is
it.
in charge of Syria now.
And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past,
paid for by us.
substantially
We pay for that.
replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Jews?
Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. Put America first.
Really?
I love America.
Let's talk about Iran and the pedophiles. Let's talk about Epstein. Let's talk about Israel. America first, really.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. from trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration. Everything was stolen.
My
and
health
rigged in
insurance
order
went
to
up this
drain
year.
the wealth
Yours?
out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They
Dude, is the Epstein files guy really going to talk about corruption?
from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem.
Not debating that at all. He's right on that. You guys are both evil, but you and Biden were both cranking up, turning on the printing press for those COVID checks. And by the way, we're also at a shitty spot where health insurance has gone up, but health insurance we've gone back to because prices of everything else went up. And I understand
They
this.
knew their statements were right. They knew.
Having health insurance for a lot of people is a privilege now, and it's going up. Like, my health insurance went way up, but I also understand I'm privileged to have health insurance because things are so shitty for people.
Rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
Are they plummeting?
The price of eggs is down 60%.
Eggs are cheaper.
Madam Secretary, thank you.
I'm an egg man.
The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a
Rent?
lot.
Really?
And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down.
I bought a quarter
And
cow.
soon
I don't
you
know.
will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago.
If you got a chest freezer and you can buy meat in bulk, please try to do that.
When they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing
Jeffrey Epstein?
cost of health care
Oh.
caused by you. Since the passage
Jesus.
of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance company has gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies.
He's not wrong
for the
there.
people.
That's correct.
With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else.
Ain't wrong.
That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people
That'd
so
be
they
great.
can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much
Okay,
lower
great,
cost.
but I will tell you this, that will cause health insurance prices to go up. Because if you hand people a bunch of money to buy a product, the people who sell that product are going to increase the price. It's, I mean, that's...
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big.
09 Canyon, hit me
And I
up
did
if
that
you'd
in
like.
my first
You said
term,
you're
and
trying
the
to save for
Democrats
a chest freezer for 3 years and something always comes up. I have an extra one. I'll let you have it.
Costs are going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
We're going to get you fucked up for cheap.
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs.
Stop yelling at me.
Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs.
Good for you.
A very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
Some soper with a good point. Aaron, the government has infinite money to give directly to the insurance companies. It's a limited amount to give to individuals, so the cost will likely not rise much. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. You got me there.
Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility. And
Whoa.
They turned to IVF.
We fucking throwing shade over
One
here?
drug has been costing Catherine $4,000.
His cum doesn't work, and her eggs are shot.
She logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Unfortunately, an illegal Mexican packed the drugs, and it was misoprostol instead, and gave her an abortion. Who are we rating after this? We got to pick who we're rating after the State of the Union. Thank you guys for your generosity, by the way, tonight. It's been an amazing evening, really turning shit around here on the evening show.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters, because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up.
Oh, shit. That's kind of
cool.
cool.
In many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years.
Really? This is what we're talking about?
Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes.
I bet you brought a black lady for the home ownership, so it shows he cares about blacks.
Bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Did we? Did we ban that? Because I would like to ban that. I would like to ban large companies from buying single-family homes.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
I hope I hope you get that done, but I don't think Mike Johnson's your guy to get that done. Mike Johnson is a corporatist Republican through and through.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Landers says he did, but large companies are buying. They're using small LLCs. Yeah.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records.
Sorry to those of you who, because of inflation and the economy, because of COVID and then Trump and Biden's response to it, raided some of your retirement to get you by those years. But don't worry, they're doing their best.
I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year.
What?
As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Also, as Landers points out, your 401ks and your retirement accounts, a lot of them owned by Vanguard and BlackRock. My dad's is owned by Vanguard. Landers says Social Security won't exist in 2030. That's not true. 2035 is when the trust fund runs out. That's the surplus, the overage to make up for the shortfall in Social Security. After 2035, they'll be paying out 70% of benefits, which is not good, but it doesn't mean it dies.
Stand up if she's here. Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Shitting on Nancy Pelosi. Sorry I talked over that. I apologize. They don't. Congress doesn't seem as excited for stopping the insider trading bill, huh? It's very interesting.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota.
You better not.
Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer.
When did it get to 19?
And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Hey, J.D. He's going to get all those Somalis, all of them, and some of the whites. Not a lot of the whites, but some of the whites.
He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget.
We've got $2 trillion a year worth of fraud.
Ransack Minnesota. Remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
Angelica Dahl says, Aaron, what do you want for the freezer? I might be interested too. I don't want money for it. 09 Canyon said they've been struggling to save up money for a chest freezer, and I have an extra one I can help out, so I want to give it to them. I'm not going to get rich selling a fucking chest freezer.
I was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Honky says the war on fraud is going to work out swimmingly like the war on drugs and terror. Yeah, you watch a startup. Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Watch us start a war on fraud, and we end up spending more fighting fraud than uncovering it. That's how it usually goes for us. Yeah, you little cutie pie.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and
Jesus
cannot read
fucking
even the
Christ.
most basic road signs as to direction,
Where did that
speed,
come
danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times.
Fucking hell.
Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
This party sure died. She was dead, bleeding to death in a bathtub. These fucking spics are going to get what they deserve. Jesus. Roots, that was a very funny thing you wrote in the chat, but that's fucked up. And you know that's fucked up. Hey, Nia Jax looks great.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room
are gay.
Not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world.
I'd be glad if you shut down
the only
ours to
thing
BB.
standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. All cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us...
You blow two innocent people's heads off and people get all pissy about it.
GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually.
Jesus.
Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, Homeland Security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Oh, shit. If you're sitting up... Anyone sitting down right now is gay. Is that how this works? Copperhead says Fox News keeps showing all the people in the chamber sleeping. Really? They're all taking a little siesta? Well, they're all old. They're all 93 years old. It's fucking late. It's 10 o'clock where they are right now. Lander says, wait, wasn't the big beautiful bill just a continuation of Biden-era spending bills? I mean, kinda. Where's Massey? Is that my boy Massey right there? He's not going to address those Epstein files, is he? Rubio's turning into a ghoul. Where's Lutnick? Dude, Trump gets my approval if Howard Lutnick gets arrested at the end of this. I don't know why one group is sitting and one group is standing. They're all part of the same group of criminals. You guys don't have to pretend for us that you're against each other. Root says Rubio hasn't been the same since Trump called him Lil Marco.
Shame. You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up.
We're heckling.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Now we're heckling.
That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug
Somebody's getting
lords,
kicked out.
murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
And Benjamin Netanyahu's horns grew 3 inches that day as he smiles at his television. Yeah. Poor people, that's the problem.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Oh, well, I've got to be for that. It's saving. I need to save America. That is that's voter ID, though. You should.
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Copperhead says the fat lady in the red dress is always standing, but everyone around her is sitting. Looks like she lost a lot of friends tonight. And weight, though.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
Some Soper says, what? Illegal immigrants are a problem, poor or not. I'm just saying they're acting like this is the biggest fucking problem in our country.
Mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
Holy shit. Let me look that up. Polling on voter ID.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City. I think he's a nice guy, actually.
Communist mayor?
Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card.
Not wrong.
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Requiring all voters to show government-issued photo ID to vote. He is right. 83% favor that. Requiring electronic voting machines to print a paper backup of the ballot. 84%. 74% favor making Election Day a national holiday.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Oh!
They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Gotta stop him, John.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy
here we go.
and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
Congratulations to Sage Retard. Sage Retard KF. He looks much better as a woman. Much more likable. Thank you, Taste Fairy Ielto, for that joke.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that,
that was your idea.
What's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Oh, no, that wasn't nice. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Amazing.
That's mean-spirited.
Boy, oh, boy.
We're
lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country.
Oh,
but
boy,
we
here we
stopped
go.
it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Oh, boy. Getting wild in here. Stank Cheese says, do people actually fall for this
No one
distraction
cares
shit?
more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that?
A movie made by an Epstein Island guy.
She has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Brett Ratner made her movie. Brett Ratner, of course. The Epstein Files' own Brett Ratner. Root says Trump's smart-ass dickhead comments and trolling are about the only thing I support him on lately. I know, but even that's kind of like the left-right fake dynamic to hide what's really going on.
There has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal.
Not by any of these fuckers, though.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with
Nick Fuentes,
my great friend, Charlie Kirk.
Oh, fuck you. How dare you? He's going to bring up Erica Kirk, and he's going to defend her from conspiracy theories. Oh,
so last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin. And martyred. Really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica,
Wow,
please stand.
I mean, wonderful. Wonderful. Did she put the eye drops in her eyes so she could cry a little?
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Does ICE shooting people in the head count as political violence or no? Just wondering. Because I think all of it's bad.
We love religion, and we love bringing
great.
it back. And it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
See, Erica, that's how actual sad people react to really sad things. When they lose a loved one and they had nothing to do with it, they react this way. I'm sorry, everybody grieves differently. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violence
It is shitty not to stand for that lady,
are
though.
put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success.
It did work, actually.
New Orleans, Louisiana, big.
The numbers in all those cities are down, the crime numbers.
Itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore.
Almost no crime, except for what you guys do on a daily fucking basis. Although it's easy to get away with that crime when you don't investigate or prosecute it.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
%100 decrease in murders in D.C. All right, we got to look that one up.
They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard specialist.
Murders in D.C. have dropped significantly for the second consecutive year, with a 32% decrease in homicides in 2025. This follows a 35% reduction in violent crime in 2024, placing crimes at a 30-year low. So they were going down in 2024 and 2025.
When she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot.
Yes, but because that guy worked with our government to pursue our interests, we allowed him to come here. So it's almost like going into these countries was a mistake in the first place.
In our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her.
We're doing damn near a 4-hour show tonight. Holy shit. I didn't realize the State of the Union was going to be this long. He's an old man. He's like 80 years old. I thought he'd tuck her out. Ann Coulter looks great.
So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
Boy, this has really been kind of a State of the Union address full of filler, hasn't it?
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death and We're talking about the edge of death. On his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Maybe don't wear a hat to the State of the Union. Unless he's got, like, a head injury. Maybe. I don't know. The hat at the State of the Union is kind of weird. I mean, at least wear, like, a top hat or something. Like.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family.
Yeah, if he got shot in the head, then
Sarah
he's probably got
Bexton,
a scar or something
with the
he
award
doesn't want to show
created
us.
by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
I mean, I guess we just don't have a whole lot to brag about.
We love you all. Love you.
And also with you.
We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny?
Cambodia.
Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand. Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia.
Kosovo
Israel
and
and
Serbia.
Iran, Egypt and
Israel and
Ethiopia,
Iran, we started that one.
Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Congo and Rwanda.
That doesn't even count. It's
and of
spears.
course, the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there.
Well, then it's not
I want
over.
to thank
And that wasn't a war anyway.
Steve
That was an
Witkoff and
obliteration.
Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you.
That was a
Steve. Thank
organized military obliterating a captive occupied people. Jared Kushner, fucking criminal too, wants to turn it into a goddamn resort. Look at that robot. Look at that robot, Kushner. Take a look at your owner, boys and girls.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary
Benjamin
of State
Netanyahu. Oh.
Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
If he tries to portray Iran as some sort of threat, I'm going to be fucking annoyed.
People like you.
No, we don't.
Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy.
I ended the war between Coke and
It's an honor that
Pepsi.
They feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
Copperhead says Rubio looks like a toy soldier. Well, at least he looks like what he is.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found.
Right. It's not exactly a glowing endorsement of Israel. They caused those dead bodies.
Back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Do you know that Israeli ministers personally go to Arabs' homes in the West Bank and tell them they have 2 hours to pack their shit and leave because Jews are above the law and they're taking their land and settling it? And that they threaten to shoot them if they're not gone in 2 hours?
The Ninth War, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000
Jesus, that is fucked up.
soldiers are dying a month.
Hold on.
A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate.
What are you waiting for, brother?
Threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
We attacked a country that didn't do anything to us. Aren't we the best? We rule. We did it all for Benjamin Netanyahu. Do these military guys feel proud of themselves? You're fucking owned. You're owned by a foreign power. You wear those uniforms and it's a sham.
It has been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon.
We had the JCPOA. We had the Iran nuclear deal. It was working. You canceled it because Israel hated it.
7 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death.
Why wouldn't Iran want a nuclear weapon? Israel gets to have one, and they don't even have to admit they have it. If you don't have a nuke and you're in the Middle East, you get fucked to death in the ass like Muammar Gaddafi. He gave up his nukes. How'd that go?
They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term.
Yeah, I remember that extrajudicial attack, too, where you murdered an Iranian general and a father on a tarmac. I remember when you did that. Yeah, for Bibi. Fuck. Remember that evil thing I did without declaring war?
And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000
Yes, in Iran, as part of their own civil war. Not my fucking problem. I don't give a shit.
We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence, but this is some terrible
What if
people.
China wanted to bomb us for the shooting of Alex Preddy or George Floyd? Like, we tell them to fuck off. It's none of their business.
To build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer.
This shit. No, they're not.
They were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons.
They're
program,
not.
in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. Starting it all over.
You're just going to say that shit whether they are or not because Israel wants to overthrow their government. So you're just going to keep saying this shit.
They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon.
They said that. It was called the JCPOA. You tore it up. Oh, fuck. Yep. Stand up, guys. Remember when Trump was elected as the No More Wars guy, just like Obama was? Lander says, oh no, they're building nukes. Again, how close are they this time? Oh, probably just a week away.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy.
Then do it and tell Israel to go fuck themselves. They're tiny.
The world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
North Korea has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. They're a state sponsor of terrorism.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve
Israel is a terrorist state and they have nuclear weapons.
We built the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong.
$1 trillion military budget. We have no natural predator, no natural enemy. We could wipe out anybody 1,000,000 times over, and we need to spend $1 trillion fucking dollars a year on our military. Unbelievable. Peace through strength. Who's a threat to us? Cut the military budget in half and give every American health insurance.
We're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces.
We do have a choice.
Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries, our friends and allies, they are. They're our friends and they're our allies, have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2.
NATO, you know, that organization to be the alliance against the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. Oh, that's right.
Getting that 5% was something which everyone said would.
You know that thing we keep trying to expand into Ukraine, which caused Russia to invade them?
The difference between 2% that's not paid, we were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything.
How do you destroy a country's capability to build nuclear weapons, and then a year later, magically, they're building long-range missiles and building nukes again? How does that make any fucking sense?
Forces is
who buys this horse shit?
For recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
$1 trillion a year.
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776.
Holy shit, really? Oh my God, go die for Israel. At least you got $1,700 out of it. Wow, that's great.
You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't
we
take
spend
long.
over $1 trillion more than we have. We're $39 trillion in debt. We don't have shit.
And they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for one more dollar.
So fucking cool. Thank you, Onawal, for the membership.
Said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see.
All that money is gone because they had to pay their fucking mortgage.
To do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen.
They get plenty of pussy. Fuck them.
So
they fuck like all the time. Yeah, Bapa Shab, his boy Lutnick made a ton of money from tariffs. Yeah, did you know Howard Lutnick bought tariff refunds for pennies on the dollar for like 30 cents on the dollar, and now he's going to make a fucking fortune.
Security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests. And
Howard Lutnick got his sons, who are his bagmen, to buy basically bets against the tariffs, and now he's going to make hundreds of millions of dollars off it.
Including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Rather be owned by the cartels than a fucking pedophile ring.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country.
I bet you the cartel would kill pedophiles.
Coming in by water or sea, you probably noticed that. very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
Ha ha, we killed innocent fishermen and then claimed they were fentanyl salesmen. Ha 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 ha. We're supposed to be Christians.
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive.
That was Japanese. That was 100% Japanese.
They all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at we're
fighting
Space
fishermen.
Force is my baby.
Guys, we spend $1 trillion a year on our military to fight fishermen. Bang for our buck. Not going to mention the Epstein files.
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
God, this really is kind of a meandering State of the Union address. Not really a whole lot going on, I'll be honest. And a lot of bullshit. Rexdart parody account says, I hope Oz doesn't hurt his knees tonight standing and sitting so many times. Yeah, Oz does love Trump. Oz is a Trump guy through and through. He's honest about it. Copperhead says, is he done talking yet? My God, he just keeps going on and on. Remember when we thought we'd be out of here around 9 tonight? Fuck is this old man babbling about?
Enrique, have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was
big,
flowing
beautiful
back
Black
down the
Hawk.
aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take.
This poor fucker gets shot, he's bleeding, he's wounded, whatever. And why? So Trump can secure good oil deals from Venezuela for Israel. Israel got their first shipment of oil from Venezuela for the first time in 6 years. So all $1 trillion military a year. These guys are getting shot up, they're getting wounded. I'm about to pass out. And all for a country that can't threaten us, has never threatened us, never will threaten us, and is not a pimple on our ass. And this shit's happening. This makes me mad. Your leg shredded to pieces for nothing. Los Federales says, Aaron, please show me on the doll where Trump hurt you. I'm sorry, but when I vote for someone, I become like a customer. And to me, I get to bitch when I'm not getting what I want. Lander says, Aaron, stop whining. It's winning when we give the Jews stolen oil. Oh, I didn't know that.
So we have a surprise.
Well, not really. It's
Eric
right
and
behind him.
Amy.
It's the Congressional Medal of Honor.
In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover.
Look at this
with
poor
our
fucker.
nation's highest
He's got a walker.
military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Hey, man, sorry about your legs. Sorry you're using a fucking... This actually makes me want to fucking cry. This guy's got a walker because his leg got shot to shit, all for fucking nothing. For business, for money. For a bunch of wealthy men who would rather spit on him than shake his hand. And that's what he got his leg shot to shit for. But here's a medal, kid. Here's a medal for you. Sorry you can't stand under your own power anymore, but we had to get Maduro. Why? He was never going to hurt us, never going to threaten us, wasn't doing anything wrong but running his fucking country. Well, he's a cunt, but he's minding his own business, not hurting us. But we had to take your leg for it. Never, 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 never. Venezuelan fisherman had to die, and this poor guy had to lose his leg function. But hey, Israel got their first shipment of oil from Venezuela in 6 years. There's a song by a band called Reckless Kelly. It's called American Blood. One of our listeners showed it to me once. It's very apropos of this.
Amy, great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name.
Yeah, it's Fort Bragg again.
Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you.
Pete Junebug says, you lost your leg. Want a pin? No, I want my fucking leg back. Are we going to mention the pedophiles? I'm just kidding. I know we're not. There's only one way Trump can redeem himself. Arrest Howard Lutnick on the air and then announce that we're bombing Israel in an hour.
Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go.
Larry Zabisco?
He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952,
Epstein victims? Any of them?
Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through.
So we honored that guy who got the Congressional Medal of Honor, but we can't bring the Epstein victims in. I mean, both of them got fucked for Israel. I mean, you'd think we could give them both a little bit of credit.
Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before
it looks
this
like
evening.
we were
Royce,
scared
please stand
to
up,
death.
and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Like a couple of kids. Why did it take this long to give this poor fucker the Medal of Honor? Jesus. This guy was fighting Japs and Krauts, and we're just now giving him the Medal of Honor? Thanks a lot, Toots, but where was this in the 50s? You know how much pussy I could have got for this in the Eisenhower days? What am I supposed to do with this now? Fucking, I shot down a bunch of MiGs, and now what? Melania is cute, though. You're right, Roots. Barron looks like he's gonna, like, there's something about Barron that makes me feel like he knows what's up. Like, Barron knows what the fucking gimmick is, and Barron's gonna take everybody down someday. Barron's gonna set all this right. Barron looks back at Kushner and goes, fucking Jew. Barron has probably thought the K word about his brother-in-law. For sure. Dad, you got to listen to me. Stop listening to that. All he wants to do is build a Disney World in Palestine. Pete Junebug, I think the same thing. He says Barron has to be a groiper. I think he probably is. Unbanned Josh Denny fan says Tom has had the same 199 super sticker on his screen for 2 hours. That's kind of baller. 704 says, wow, give the guy that lost his legs for Israel a Medal of Honor first before the World War II vet, right?
I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you.
Yo,
Thank
dog,
both
can you wrap
very
this
much,
up?
Eric, thank you.
I'm like $130 heavy for tonight. I'm good, Trump. We can bring this thing in for a landing.
Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history.
That's deep.
Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from
Fuck
the
you,
heroes
bro. What
who
about John
stand
Adams? They
among us
died on the
tonight.
same day.
Everything our nation has done, everything we have
Cunt.
achieved,
John
has
Adams.
been the work of those few great lifetimes.
The fuck?
In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies.
Adams getting cucked
into
for
the
Jefferson
pinnacle of human
again.
civilization and human freedom. The strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history.
Bonus points to anyone who can tell me John Adams' last words and why they were ironic.
Continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West.
Murdered a lot of Indians, killed a lot of Redskins.
The world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs.
Copperhead with $5 says dollar bills for Aaron going to 9 o'clock. Yeah, all
That
right.
great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration.
No, John Adams' last words were
still
not, I'll
turning
get you,
to
Imholt, in this life or the next.
When God needs
And it was
a
not
nation
another
to
win for the
work his
toe.
miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome.
Ghostbusters!
No frontier too vast for us to conquer. No dream too bold for us to chase.
Ain't no mountain
horizon
high
too distant for
enough.
us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages.
From the
of
river
Michigan,
to the sea, Palestine shall be free, inshallah.
fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every
Tel Aviv.
American
Oh,
patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
People are trying to guess John Adams' last words. We'll give you the answer in a second, then we'll get out of here. That was an underwhelming speech. John Adams' last words were not, your boy didn't do too bad, did he? Rexstar parody account, John Adams' last words were not, I'm going to start my car. Digital Soldier, it was not where we're going. We don't need roads. Root says he said some shit about Jefferson. I know that. Taste Fairy Ialto says, God damn the whole friggin' world and everyone in it but you, Carlana. That's not what John Adams said. No, John Adams' last words were not, whoa, buddy. Front Porch Conservative nailed it. John Adams' last words, Thomas Jefferson survives. And the sad thing about that quote is that Thomas Jefferson had died hours earlier on that same day. Shit. All right, guys, that does it for tonight. Oh, we stayed over 200. That's surprising to me. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your night. And thank you so much for all of your generosity. I did a 4-hour evening show. Holy shit. Have a great rest of your night, guys. God bless America.